Yeah.
Now they had the live started. Let's do it now.
It's one of the...
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Sorry. So I had this interesting interaction exchange with the young lady called Milk Mommy. Okay. Now, Milk Mommy, uh, that's uh already a red flag. Uh, but whatever. And what happened was I don't know how the conversation shifted towards securities and things like that. Uh, but it started. I don't know how I got there. Let me just say that. So during the midst of the conversation, hold on, let me see. Was somebody supposed to come up? All right. So y'all, during the midst of the conversation, I brought up uh about the mortgages and how mortgages are refundable in certain situations. And I threw out the balance sheets in the chat. I threw out everything that you needed to know. Want to know why I did it? Want to know why I did it? The reason why I did it is because y'all can hear me now. The reason why I did it was because I know that out of everybody in that chat, 0.00000000000000001% will actually understand what I'm talking about. And that's a tactic that's used. That's a tactic that's used by the people who know to. That's a tactic used by the people who know, right, what's going on. And what they'll do is they will throw the information right in front of your face because they know the people are not going to, they're not going to, they know it's, you could throw it right in their face. This world operates off belief and feelings. Okay, so let me just show you. So what I'm talking about, let me show you what I'm talking about before we get into it. I found this to be hilarious. So this is the lady here, Milk Mommy. Little background on her versus where she comes, basically what she comes from. She is nowhere in the securities world. She's not an executive at a job. She doesn't work in high places. She has no knowledge of the internal accounting on the bank. She's the typical average everyday person that's trying to survive. That's the best way I can sum it up. And her and people like her, they walk through life jaded, bitter, mad, and the source of that bitterness, them feeling jaded and being mad, believe it or not, comes from the conscious adult decisions that they actually made. So a lot of her sentiment and rhetoric is always, she always wants to ask questions in effort to try to catch you in the aha, I got you moment. So the problem with that is this what stems back to what I've been trying to tell the Supreme Elite team. That, ladies and gentlemen, there's a difference between thinking like a business and thinking like a consumer. A lot of the reason why I say it, and a lot of people think that when I say don't think like a debtor, don't think like a consumer, think like a business. These are the main reasons why. This individual here comes from a debtor, consumer, indoctrinated mindset. This is the reason why you can't cast your pearls amongst swine. This is the swine. You should never attempt to try to cast your pearls among swine. So the reason why I honed down on not thinking like a debtor or consumer, because here's the thing. When you look at this landscape in this specific sector, the majority of the people now, you don't actually, I'm saying you don't have to actually have a business per se, but it's just the mindset. Because when you approach this space with a consumer mindset, you attach your proceeds to a bill. You attach your proceeds to a debt. You attach your proceeds to financial freedom. Mainly, majority of the people that are in these spaces, they're only here to pay a bill. Versus when you're looking at this from a business aspect, what do all corporations do? They recoup what's owed to them, whether they sell the account, start collections process. Why are they recouping what's owed to them? Because recouping what's owed to them generates more revenue so when it can expand and grow their business. But if you come in this space with a consumer debtor-like mindset, there is no expansion. Your main focus to get the proceeds is to go consume more goods. And that mindset has a broad application, and it kind of dictates how you view the world and live your life. Prime example, I see a business over there that's thriving, that's doing good. Other businesses, as myself, want to link with this business. And of course, every business rides another business coattail. Like every business. That's why you got advertisers, right? You got endorsements for the purpose of generating more revenue off the clout of this business. That's a business-like mindset. Now, when you're in competition, then that's a totally different thing. Having a consumer-like mindset and approaching this person whose business is doing good, this is the difference. When you have a consumer-like mindset, this is what happens. You start to try to invalidate that business's success. You start to find out what's wrong with the business. You start to pretty much, you envy that business. And the root of all envy is, I want what that person has. I want what this person has. The root of all envy is a secret admiration. Because people with consumer mindsets, they just want what other people have. While the ones who have a business mindset, they are the ones who possess the things, who has the resources, who has the assets, who has the means that everybody else wants. Consumer mindset, go to work, pay your bills, and manage the best way. Business mindset, I'm going to leverage this job to take me to the next place. So I'm going to get all the qualifications, the trainings, and I'm going to take the next step in my life. It's a difference. So how does that tie into this? You have me, the new coach of Empire, talking to someone with a business mindset that approaches every situation like a business, no feelings involved. And that's another thing. People who have a consumer mindset, everything is what I believe is true, feelings over facts. So you have me communicating with this person right here. So basically, she asked the question, so can homeowners get a refund off their mortgage? And I said, yes. What I didn't realize at the time, that she was speaking from a consumer-like mindset. She wasn't approaching a conversation as a business. Oh shit. She wasn't approaching the conversation like with a person with a business mindset will want to, how they want to approach it. See, and I didn't screenshot all of the conversation. It was just so nonsensical and stupid. I didn't even want to embarrass y'all and waste y'all time with it. But what happened was she started saying, so if the homeowner, what happened? If the account was sold and it still shows up on a record, did they still to get a refund of the loan? Me thinking from up here and her being down here, I'm speaking on terms of the sale in relation to a securitization. She's speaking on a sale in relation to what's up on your credit report. So her premise was, since even if the account was sold, but it still showed on your record, aka your credit report, that you can't get a refund of the proceeds.
We're about to take it back.
And then she goes to say, you can't, refund and proceeds are two different things. Oh yeah, y'all. Y'all. She said refund and proceeds are two different things. She says you can't get a refund of proceeds. Now listen, y'all. This is a person who most likely has a regular 9-to-5, doesn't know nothing what she's talking about, is inexperienced, has no knowledge, but she was so caught up on refund of the loan. And basically, and she asked the question where, well, if you get a refund, would you still have to pay the loan back? I said, yeah. I've known plenty of people that get their refund proceeds and they go pay the loan back, pay off the loan. Because it's a, who's coming up? It's a refund of the proceeds. She says, well, if you got to pay it back, then you can't get a refund. Yeah, but the highlight I want to make is when you have a consumer-like mindset and you can't do what other people can do, but your whole idea of people who share the reflection of you is nothing more than what you see them. Remember what I told you? The first thing they want to do is try to discredit the information. Now, this is a person who can't tell shit from apple butter on her best day. This is a person who, the way they're talking, I mean, I don't know, but I don't even know if they have a home. This is a person who's never made nowhere near $100,000 in her life, the way she's talking. This is a person this person qualifies for the max earned child income tax credit. This is her. She gets the earned child tax credit. She gets the max. This is her. She has no assets. She has nothing. Nothing. But wants to critique me and try to say I'm lying, all because the words loan and proceeds are used synonymously? Like, are we really serious? Like, if I get a refund for mortgage proceeds, is it still a refund? Yes. If you receive money back from your mortgage proceeds, it's considered a refund in certain contexts. However, the nature of the refund can depend on why and how you're receiving it. That's what I'm saying. She thinks that you can't get a refund from your loan. That's what I'm saying. This is why I say, y'all, these people are idiots. This is an idiot. I'm not going to spare her. This is a bitter idiot. So look at this. So when I said that, when you get the refund, you go pay the loan back. So next what she said, The new culture, okay. So they not getting a refund on their mortgage. They literally still owe on the loan. Perfect. You see that? I can't. Let me see. Do y'all see that? So she's saying you're not getting a refund on a mortgage. They literally still owe on the loan. You cannot be an idiot. You cannot be an idiot. You cannot be an idiot. Because you're getting a refund from the loan proceeds. You still owe on the contract you signed. The proceeds is what you were supposed to get at closing, but they would never do it. So when you get your proceeds, you pay off the debt based on the contract. This is an idiot. This is an idiot. No disrespect, but she's an idiot. And here's the thing. This idiot doesn't know shit about the mortgage game. This is a consumer mindset type person. Thank you. And this is why I say, y'all,
You're rocking with the best.
Is somebody trying to come up? Hold on. Is somebody trying to come up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. Let me take this down for a second because I can't see. Let me see. Okay, you back up there. All right. All right. This is an idiot. And what have I been saying with the proceeds? You take the loan, you take the proceeds, because she doesn't understand securities borrowing lender transaction. I was never going to break it down to her because that would have been me equivalent of talking to a cat. This is a low-level functioning individual. There's no way. But this is the problem. This person has some type of vitriol because I'm just saying this person here. I think she has a vendetta against men for the simple fact that her marriage didn't go good. So when you see someone that probably shares the same reflection of someone who you don't think highly of, and this is the part, I'm sorry for everybody that's up here, but this run rampant in the Black community, y'all. This is a big issue. They try to sabotage the success of one another. I don't get this when I deal mostly with white people. A lot of white people I talk to in these spaces, they're asking questions and they're just trying to put the pieces together. They don't do this. How would she know what the hell she's talking about and she has no background? She has no background. But this is the thing, the one I was trying to get her. Shout out to the $4.99 super sticker though, brother. Appreciate it. I was trying to tell her like in a roundabout way, but she still was stuck on trying to be right. But you're trying to be right and you're broke. You're trying to be right and you have nothing. So what do you, and this is the problem when they don't have nothing, when they don't have no more life in them, the only thing they have is their pride and ego. This is all they have left. They have nothing else. So again, will you get a loan from the bank and somebody else will pay your loan? Now, notice how she's asking the question again. That means I already answered the question. She just didn't understand the answer because she's a low functioning individual. She knows very little. The only thing she knows is what they indoctrinate her in. When have I ever said you get a loan and somebody else pays it back? This is when you're casting your pearls among swine. She's swine. She wouldn't understand the process if I put a 500-page manifesto in front of her. Hold on, somebody trying to come in. If you trying to come in. Oh, that's why. My bad. Hey, fat. I'm over here cooking up a low functioning individual right now. I'm cooking up a low functioning individual. Okay. So look, you get a loan from the bank or somebody else will pay your loan. She sounds like an idiot because this is a consumer mindset. Somebody trying to do something for you. This is a consumer debtor indoctrinated mindset. That was never what I said. And when I answered the first time, I said, no, it doesn't work like that. I said, no, it don't work like that. So then when I explained to her in a roundabout way how it worked, she comes back and asks the question again. You're trying to be right on a subject you know nothing about. Milk mommy. New coach, it's not my opinion. If you have a loan, you don't get a refund for your loan. Hey, y'all see this shit? Y'all see this? If you have a loan, you don't get a refund for your loan. Do you think this person is speaking from experience of getting a refund from their loan, their mortgage? Do you think a person, because the initial question was, do you go to the bank for a refund? I said, hell no, I don't work like that. The only thing you can get from a bank is take them to court or they issue a satisfaction of lien. You don't get a refund from them. The only way that will probably happen is if you go to court and you're successful in your suit. That's the only way. So I debunked that. And look at this right there. Do you think this woman would still know or believe if I showed her a check black and white in front of her face? And then one of her answers was, you can get a refund from Walmart. Doesn't mean nothing. See, you know what this means? This is why you don't deal with people who have a consumer mindset. This has nothing about trying to be right. This has nothing about the facts. This had everything to do that she was envious that I knew something she needed. So in order to, because I said, hey, if you want to learn, just say it. But her pride and ego, which comes before the fall, her pride and ego would not allow her to humble herself. So the alternative is, let me find some type of way in my mind to discredit what he's saying so I will no longer have the urge to need what he has. Yes, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? And the one, my bad, bro. You can come up here too. You part of the Supreme Elite team. You can come up here too. My fault, bro. Or Milk Mommy. If you want to come up here, you can come up here if you're watching, because this, you can come up here if you're watching, because this is the people I pretty much work with on a nightly basis. Come on, Milk Mommy. Come substantiate your claim. Come substantiate your claim, Milk Mommy. Come substantiate your claim. If you're saying I'm wrong, come prove me wrong. You can't just make up your own definitions. It's just not possible. You see how stupid this, do it your way. You see how stupid this woman is? You can't make up your own definition. So she's fixated on the word refund synonymous with the word proceeds. If I get a refund for mortgage proceeds, is it still a refund? Yes. See, a refund has to come from something, you idiot. You're an idiot. This is why I leave most of these idiots in the dirt, you idiot. You idiot. That's why most of them get left in the dirt. Because y'all, they are idiots, y'all. I'm not lying. They're idiots. They will never understand. You want to know why they don't understand? Look at this. You already said nobody is getting a refund on their loan. You see how'd you like to put words and gaslight? Yo, I wish I just would have screenshot everything. What? Yo, this is how stupid she is. She is not an intelligent woman. I hang around intelligent women all the day. She is very low. She's very low on the scale. She's a very stupid girl. She's very stupid. All right. She's very stupid. I'm not gonna hold you. No. You don't get a refund from the bank. Your refund comes the way you present your tax returns when you're filing with the IRS. Or you can take the bank to court and you can, you could sue them and get rewarded. But most people just deal with the IRS because, the IRS serves mainly as the I guess the referee, if you want to call it. But let's continue to go. This is it. Oh God, who keep popping up? Somebody. You popped out. He's a complete idiot. Let me see if I have it here. Yo, what are y'all thoughts? Let's go right about. Yo, what are y'all thoughts? I want to know what y'all think. I want to know what y'all think. I found this to be very, sadly enough, not surprised. I'm never surprised when you're dealing with people who have no understanding. Oh, and by the way, I had a right to set off class. What, early this year? Not like what, January, February? So the people that say content creators, that people that's only doing this shit to make money, let's not make one thing clear. I make money outside of here. I swear to God, I can leave here tomorrow and I still make money. This is April. It's much of March. I make money outside of here. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. That's already for fucking 2025. Let's not get it twisted. Don't get it fucked up. Know who you're talking to now. I'm not Midwest and none of them. I can leave this shit alone and be good. So don't try to come with this trying to talk to all them other motherfuckers about it. Y'all talk to them about that. Don't bring that shit over here. So y'all, this will be study lesson for uh-oh. This will be the study lesson. Look at this. Cash items not confirmed to the definition of process of collection, whether or not cleared through Federal Reserve or other assets. Look at all this. This is just part of, God damn it. God damn it. Sorry, y'all. Oh, man. Yo, this sensitive ass MacBook. I don't know why I keep doing it. This is going to be a part of what we'll be going over for the deposit class. So you notice how teaching this is straight from the horse's mouth. All this, yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing this. Look at this. Every time I touch something, come on now. I mean, what you want me to do? I can't go down, I can't go up. Federal, look, so right there, 3A. Federal funds sold. All this is going to pertain to your refund. Securities purchased under agreements of resale, loans and leases. I mean, that's more of the finance transaction aspect of it. So that, I mean, we can go over, you know what? Yeah, I get the point. We can go over it if you want. We'll be able to go over that part if you want. But this is somebody coming back up. So this is the part. I don't know why it's messing up. But yeah, we're going to be going from the deposit liability. We will be tacking on the accounting for it. We'll be tacking on going over just the internal process of a bank. We'll be going over all types of other things that is going to be pertinent to your that's going to be pertinent to your understanding. And yes, what the hell? That's going to be important to your understanding. But Darren, yeah, Darren, give me your take on why it's not good to cast your pearls among swine. I want to hear from all y'all because I found that to be astonishing. I found that to be crazy.
Well,
no, I take that back.
simply put,
I'm not surprised. Let's just say that.
uh-huh.
I am not surprised. What?
Simply put, they won't value the pearl. They won't value what it is that you're putting before them because they're just so used to consuming, metaphorically. So, I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. You are loud and clear on my end.
Got you. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's just the value of what you're putting forth before someone.
Do you think it's more about the value or the person that's giving it?
Yeah, in some aspects, it comes down to credibility, whether they feel that what you're saying holds any weight, whether they're respected in the things that you're
Right.
saying, that can play a factor into it.
But here's one thing that I want you to understand. And next, I'm going to show you all the professor's response to my right to set off document. You're going to hear it yourself because I have my young boy that's in college. Let him read it, bring it to his attention. Y'all about to hear some, y'all, this shit is crazy. I'm going to play the phone call. You already said I can record it. So I'm going to play this phone call for y'all. But it was crazy how, but we'll get into it. But just in a second. But damn, but this is the part
Was on point with that?
Huh? Say it again.
I said, was I on point on that? Did I say something wrong?
No, you was on point. Now you was on point. Now you was definitely on point.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Okay. Okay.
nah, you was good. You was good. Nah, you was perfect. But the thing about that
Okay.
is, in certain sectors, your credibility is not even about the facts that you can prove. It's really about whether they like you or not. And that's the sad point. It's about whether if they like you,
Right.
everything is gold, what you say. If they don't like you, you come up with sources and facts that goes against their belief system. First thing they want to do is challenge the facts. Oh, where'd you get that from? They got to challenge the facts. They got to find a way to discredit it. And when I don't know something, instead of me trying to speak from my standpoint, I'm going to shut the fuck up and let the person who knows what they're talking about speak. I'm not going to tell the CEO or the vice president of acquisitions and mergers how to do a merger or what I believe. You don't give a shit what I believe.
Right.
It's like, look, I've been doing this for 25 years. You hot 6 months on the job and trying to tell me what you think. I don't give a shit what you think unless I ask you what you think. And that's probably not going to be for another 10 years. That's a fact.
You gotta have some skin in the game. You gotta have some type of reputation that, precedes you, so that the moment that you do open your mouth, everybody's listening. But if you're always just opening your mouth and just saying a lot of gibberish, it kind of doesn't hold a lot of weight.
Yeah, that is true. But I think from the angle you're speaking from, that's true in a professional setting. See, I'm on professional phone calls. I'm in Zoom calls. I'm speaking to people in professional settings all the time. You guys might think I probably talk as much with them, but really, I'm not really speaking as much. Like, in the person that brings me in on a call, he'll give me my cue to go in and I explain this for everybody here. And then I'll explain it. But the difference that I've noticed that when they ask questions, they're not really asking questions to really see if I know what I'm talking about. They're asking questions to see if they can make the connection to what I'm saying with what they already know. Because every question these professionals ask me, they're always wording it in a way from their understanding, their teaching, their experience, and how they could take that part, what I said, and implement and connect the dots on their side. You see what I'm saying? See, that's a difference. That's a difference. Right. But when you're amongst swine, they ask questions just to try to prove that you're wrong. And the problem is there's no value in trying to prove me if I'm wrong or not. There's no value for them. It's just the fact that whatever someone has knowledge amongst your community and they don't have it, and they can see you're benefiting from it, the first thing that they're going to do is envy. Because to be honest with you or not, even with these content creators, a lot of content creators get talked about. I know y'all seen that one thing that's been on X millions of times where that dude was working out in the morning and he ended his day getting a plate from somewhat. The reason why they was trying to say he's probably, gay or things like that. But in reality, most people want to live that life. Most people don't want to go to work. Most people don't want to work hard. Most people want to make money off the internet doing exerting very minimum energy. Like nobody really wants to work a 9 to 5. So when they see people obtaining things and doing things that seems less effort involved than what they're doing, the number one thing they're going to do is envy. It's not because it's them. It's because they want what that person can acquire and maintain. The problem is your progression in this world, in the United States of America, does not determine on how hard you work. It depends on what you know and who you know. It all boils down to that. What you know and who you know. And with our group, it's very important for us to be connected. It's very important for us to be connected with people. So, like, who's who knows? Because who the hell can we look to in our everyday lives to really confirm if we're on the right page or not? Like, who? Who can you look to? Who you want to talk to?
Nobody.
You want to talk to your coworker on the job about it?
Oh God.
They're gonna look at you like you crazy. So when I say don't cast your pearls among swine, don't try to convince people, this is a representation of why not. Because you're gonna have a bunch of ignorance. You got ignorance, indoctrination, and inner envy to overcome. And you can't ever try to make yourself prove yourself or clarify yourself or have people understand you when they have no interest in understand you in the first place. I could have brought the fucking Dead Sea Scrolls down there that confirmed what I said was right today, and this person still wouldn't have took heed. But then when you look back on life in the next 10 to 20 years and you see where I'm at, and then you see where she's at, the difference is going to be the mindset. That's the difference. So I was trying to download this. I don't know. Yo, these iPhone 16s are overrated. Or maybe I just haven't sat around and had to play with all the features to really figure it out. But
What's it doing?
well, every time, when I record it, I'm trying to
Uh-huh.
I've been trying to upload it to my email, and for some reason it doesn't seem like it went. Well, hold on. Oh, I might have spoke too fast. Look, it's exceeded the limit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to send it to Gmail. I'm going to send it from my iCloud to my Gmail. Yep. So I'm going to do it like that. So I just sent it to my Gmail, and we're going to play this recording. And this recording is from when as soon as it pops up, we'll play it. This is from the right to set off document. My college homeboy that has, I tell you, goes to Florida State University. He presented the document to his college professor. And I give it a second to
Wow.
it takes a little second to get
That's
here.
gonna be interesting.
Oh, it's definitely an interesting conversation that we had. It was a very interesting conversation. And I told him to pass it down to his pass it down to his college, students. But then again, we decided not to. No, I think it would be exposing him too much. Nope. So he is not going to pass that over. I said, nah. After he told me what he said, I said, nah, I'm kind of glad you didn't do it now. Nope. No. Hell no. Because effectively, by him bringing that to his college professor, he kind of, in a roundabout way, not intentionally, letting his college professor know that he's hip to the scam. But one of the things that he did say was that this is for highly advanced accounting. He said it's highly, yes, he said this is for highly advanced accounting. And he definitely confirmed the claim. He definitely confirmed the claim. He definitely everybody's sending me emails talking about next week.
What's up to the
Man.
panel? I didn't say what's up to everybody.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
I just
Y'all can
came in
chime
here
in.
yapping.
Y'all can give your input or intake. Y'all, I'm just waiting for this. I'm waiting for this this iCloud to go through.
What do y'all think about these tariffs? Everybody's making a big deal. Mr. Donnie.
Hold on. Let me see something. Is everybody on mute? Everybody can get taken off mute. Yeah, y'all can unmute yourselves.
What's
What's up, y'all? Everybody, let me see.
What up?
Y'all can be. All right, there you. Hold on.
Aloha.
There y'all go. Y'all can. I hope I ain't have y'all mute somebody on purpose. Oh, y'all got it. Y'all muted y'all. Okay, I just want to make sure I ain't mute y'all. Yeah, I'm waiting for this to come through. I'm trying to figure out why it hasn't come through. Hold on. Let me go back. Yeah, but what do y'all think about these tariffs though? Y'all inform me, because and be honest with you, I haven't really, I haven't.
I seen a little bit. They were showing a graph, basically goods that are in, and I could be wrong because I just briefly looked at it. So like if we import to Cambodia, I think it's like 90% tariffs. So he's raising our tariffs for the goods that are coming out of Cambodia, like to the US. So he's trying to offset it to make it more like, so we're making more money because they're taxing us with like a huge tariff. And because of what he's doing, from what I understand, it's messing up the stock market with like all the goods and everything. Allegedly.
And how is that a problem?
That's why I don't understand. I don't know what the sentiment is as far as what the other side is saying, but I was like, hey, he's making money from what I understand.
Because everything goes up what we import. So us as the end buyer pays a higher price.
I mean, but all right, so okay, I get that, but right, let me ask you this. Haven't we
Brother, what's going on? The college brother from
hold on.
Florida State University. Brother, what's going on? The college brother.
Okay, I got it now. I forgot. This is how crazy I am. I forgot I got a MacBook, so I can just airdrop it to my MacBook. So I have it. But let's talk about these tariffs for a second. So go ahead, brother. Finish what you were saying, because here's my thing. Wasn't we already like paying for goods, imported goods, but we wasn't. So this is what I got from Donald Trump, that for years and decades that we're paying all these tariffs, which was taxes raised on us, which the companies were raising them on us to, I guess, get their goods. But when it comes to us, we wasn't charging no tariffs. So
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out, from that premise alone, if that's true, what is the issue of we taxing them if they're taxing us? Reciprocal.
I think It's crazy. So I used to import and export. So what it is if it costs me more to import something from China, when I go to sell it, I'm gonna charge that much more. So the US never made any money off of it for real, for real. It just, well, not how he's explaining it, like that the countries don't pay the tariffs. We pay the tariffs bringing the stuff in as the person who ordered it from that company, I mean that country. So we're paying it. So then the end user has to pay more. Well, it's going to pay more because if it costs me $200 to bring in something, I'm not going to sell it for under that 200, and I have to make my profit. So everything's going to go up. And even Elon is complaining about it because not a lot of the products, I mean the parts that goes on Tesla, that's going to cause that price of Tesla to go up. So it's craziness, but I just stay in my lane.
But
I
but the thing
so
with the
go ahead. Go ahead.
what I was gonna say, the thing with Elon is it's like a double-sided sword because he wants it to happen because right now, if you look at how Tesla is doing, it's not doing really well. Just outside of Elon, take him out of the equation, just focus only on Tesla. It's not doing well. And the Chinese market is trying to bring their market here in the United States with all these crazy electric cars they got. So in the same sense, he wants the tariff, but Elon is starting to realize that he also has to take the negative effects that he's seeing some way of shape or form from the tariffs as well. So he's like he wants his cake, but he realized that he can't have the icing on it at the same time. If he has the icing, it's not gonna taste too well. You know, if what I'm saying makes sense. That's how I'm seeing it. So it's I don't know. I'm right now just kind of sitting back and trying to figure out the whole thing myself because it's like I'm seeing what you're saying with the prices because the used car market right now, people are buying used cars like crazy right now because they're seeing that people are gonna get away from buying the newer vehicles and they're gonna go back to the used cars. So the used car market is gonna start going back up again, just how it was around COVID, where all these cars were like 10,000 over what they're really worth, for example. So I'm thinking it's going to be around 2020, 2021 prices coming back because of this tariff.
Okay, so but that is true. I see what you're saying because a lot of used cars dealership got some relatively new cars there. It's not the same old 2014. They got some like 2019, 20 in a used car. But my thing is this.
Right.
Right. I've been seeing that shit like, damn, you got 2021 in a used car? God damn. So,
Right. And they're still trying to
right,
sell it at retail.
right. That's the crazy. Like, get the fuck out of here. So, but here's the thing though. If we were already paying, if we were already paying overpriced based on the taxes being, I'm just trying to figure out what, like, how does it affect us even more? It seems like more countries were getting away with it, and then we were paying all that shit to export it, but they wasn't getting charged. That's just from when I'm hearing from Trump. So I'm like, okay, well, you've already been taxing our people, so we just gonna tax y'all now too, though. So I'm feeling like was good for the goose is good for the game. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I'm trying to figure out which major significance is going to happen that hasn't already been happening for the past 25 years. Like what's so much worse about it now that Trump finally said, you know what? We're going to tax y'all too. What's so worse about that now? That's my question.
It's not because I
It,
think it's
it,
perfect. I just think this is their get back for them not liking it. I think that's what it is. I think they don't like that. It's like we can have our cake, but you're not allowed to have it, and that's how I'm seeing what the other countries is doing because Trump started like, hey, now we want to get a piece of the pie too. And I get it because he gave them an option, like Sean said, regarding the manufacturing. There is a lot of like automobile factories in this country that's closed, and his whole intent, from what I can see, is to get that going again, bring better jobs and stuff, which is most people would say that's a little like naive of him because of the whole thing with them laying everyone off in the federal agencies and stuff like that. But his intent, and it's a good one, bring the manufacturing back because it has been exported out for just cheaper labor. And I think they should bring it back, And when they do bring it back, they're not taxed on tariffs, if I'm not mistaken. If as long as it's made in the United States, they don't have to worry about the tariff.
But that's a long time away to bring that industry back. United States is I can't remember the word. I'm trying to think of it. But all we worried about is profit here. We ain't worried about the product. And that's the problem. We weren't putting out good product. That's why everybody was buying all the foreign vehicles. And they still gonna buy them because we can't put out good quality here as far as automobiles.
So that's what I'm saying.
Then,
go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Well, and plus, I don't think we're looking at also that all other nations, everybody is posturing for war. Everybody's grabbing, just like when Trump came on, he was like, hey, well, shoot, you know what? The Panama Canal, hey, we're going to have to get that back because it wasn't supposed to go to China when we did this stuff for you. Hold on, wait a minute. But that's a major strategical part. And in Canada, you're getting that. And plus, he's bringing all the business, trying to bring the businesses back here because once we start, I guess, say in the war, we have to manufacture. We're trying to manufacture our own stuff opposed to have to go to China and get different parts that we need for our war material or our war bills. But that's what I see, as far as, everybody's posturing for war. Everybody's grabbing it. Everybody's falling on each other's team, Russia and China and Korea and Iran, they boarding together. Trump basically is like, well, you know what? Hey, we stand for ourselves. We're gonna take care of ourselves. We got a lot of resources we have at home. So why don't we just bring our business back home like we used to do a long time ago when we had World War II or how many wars we have? We have to depend on ourselves to manufacture our own goods or our own products that we have to have for the war. So, but go ahead. That's what I was.
But my thing is, man, like, why do we always have to outsource everything? Like, we send everything overseas to make parts. So, like, I'm trying to figure out why didn't we just start making a whole lot of more shit in our country? Like, I don't know, because I'm not, I'm not too much well versed in it. But why the hell do we always have to go overseas to have our parts? Won't you open up plants in the country and make it over here?
Would you buy a
because of the
Ford?
war.
Huh?
Would you buy a Ford, Lamont? A Ford car?
Now that I've seen that American cars, that's the interest payments are deductible, you're damn right I'm getting an American car.
Would you buy a Ford?
A Ford?
Yes, sir.
Depends on the car. I probably get like a Mustang. One of those. I get an Explorer. I get a Ford Explorer. I get one, like
man,
run around, take on vacations and stuff like that to switch up from I don't like to drive foreign cars every day. So yeah, I get one as an alternate.
But that's the thing, though. You look at GM. I think GM is doing a good job. Granted, GM sucks. Don't get me wrong. In a sense of
man, all them fucking American cars look good now. All these cars need to come in, like the new Jeep. All that shit look good now.
It's not an excuse. Like, you got me. It's just they gotta get the quality better. Like, the product is there. You just gotta refine it a little more, and then just keep pushing them out. Because when everyone was going electric, all the American companies like, nah, we're gonna stay with the non-electric. If anything, we might give y'all a hybrid, but we don't want the electric shit. You see what happened with Dodge? Dodge brought out the new Chargers, the Challengers, whatever. They're not selling. Them electric shit is not selling. They're sitting on the lot.
But
they have to get the whole CEO to come back to bring the V8s back again because that's what America is known for. is known for that. Like
Yeah,
when
but
he
that's
said,
kind of
"No, go ahead, D."
go ahead.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead,
Uh,
go ahead,
a
Dave.
lot of that is public sentiment. Like you're almost saying it like in the sense from the car world because the argument is that they're trying to bring back American muscle. They're not so what's happening really honestly from my take on it is they're trying to attack the image of Elon Musk in the electric vehicle industry because his company was the all-time they made the most money out of all of the cars industry, so they try to replicate it, but they're trying to make the argument that they can't replicate it because the issue with the batteries. So they're trying to attack him by saying he's a bad father, he has all these kids, they're blowing up Teslas now. So it's just a whole public issue. But if you look at his actual company, he doesn't even run the company. He's just the face of it.
But ask you this: when Teslas first came out, can you can you actually tell who owned a Tesla, whether they were Democratic or Republican? Like for real, are we really
Me
I mean,
personally,
Yeah.
come on, like
unless
are we
unless
getting
they
that
got a stick,
serious with it?
unless
Like how
I
they
can
mean
got
you
that
like
is a
even
thing.
tell, bro? Like, come on now.
That is a thing
kind of
because
like a
they were
Trump
saying like
supporter.
you said
Go ahead,
what?
one at a time. Go ahead, one at a time.
No, I was saying the only way I would know if they support one or the other is if they got a sticker in their car. But outside of that, I couldn't tell you. Like, if I had to place my life on it, I'd probably list my life on it. Unless it was just blatantly in my face, like, oh, they're supporting Trump or they're providing or Kamala. Like, outside of that, no, I couldn't personally tell, like, who they supported because they own the Tesla.
So why would you blow up? Like, why are people trying to blow up Tesla plants? Like everybody or vandalize when you see a Tesla when that could be a cold-blooded Democrat who owns a Tesla. You see the fake outrage and the idiocy that people would take just because they don't like someone. Like prime example. They're talking about Trump Elon Musk is trying to he's trying to take over get rid of Social Security. Like, when has social security ever been under attack? See, the problem is that's the gaslighting that people do because you really don't want them discovering that you've been cashing or handing out social security benefits to someone who's 136 years old. And we're
Right.
not going to say BS. He literally got rocket scientists looking over the balance sheets. I mean, some of the smartest of the
Right.
smartest of the world. That probably be important to land astronauts safely back into the atmosphere. So we're not going to sit here and act like the whole thing is just to attack Social Security. Maybe it's those checks that are supposedly going out to people who are 180 years old. Maybe it's more the issue of that rather than trying to shut down Social Security. I don't know. That's just my thing. I just think it's a lot of fake outrage, and this is just a backlash from certain people because they lost the election.
Right.
I agree,
Facts.
and then they're gonna take advantage of the public knowledge on it because when the last meeting he had with his team, he exposed the general fund, which we went over that.
Right.
How much of the population know what the hell he really just said about that? When you really think about it, a lot of them don't know. That's the first time they ever heard of it. And I'm not gonna act like I knew about it the entire time, but now that we've been dabbling and diving in and studying this, I'm like, if I never knew or never heard about it, I'd be right there probably with them. Like, what is the general fund? What is he talking about, right? So they're taking it. They're not grasping what's really going on. So of course, once they're like in that space, like, oh, okay, they don't know what he's really doing with his team, then they're gonna go ahead and put out all this negative everyone else will be able to absorb because that's easy for them, right? But like you said, he is doing a legit thing. Like they're not really seeing, like they really are putting out articles about the fact that, oh, one Social Security like person that Elon took money away from, he said was like over 100 years old, and the guy was still alive and all this shit. When you do research on it, the guy's obituary came up. The guy died. But you got all these articles putting out false narratives because they know the general public is just going to absorb it because they don't know any better. And it's like, if people were in our space and they see how we saw it, do you really think they would be like falling for like all that nonsense? They probably wouldn't. They would be able to see through the smoke screen. But I think that's
Well,
how I see it.
yeah, I trust me. I trust me. I definitely understand what you're saying, but let me try to get this open. So anybody else got something they want to add to that? Trying to get y'all thoughts on this right quick. Well, that's not going to work.
All it is just people trying to use the media to trash these people when they're actually doing real stuff out in the world, like saving astronauts and doing a whole bunch of other good stuff.
So basically what it boils down to is nothing. Pretty much when you're on one side, there's just nothing that there's just nothing that you can do that there's just nothing that you can do that's going to pretty much satisfy everyone. I mean, that's what I take from it. Quick file player. Let me see if I can get this opened up. Let me see if I can play it. All right, so let me see if I can share my screen and let me know what y'all think. 1 second. Let me see if I can share this. Share screen. Share screen. Download history. Can y'all see this?
Yeah,
Can y'all see this? Y'all can see this right here? All right.
yeah.
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom.
Why do you always say you never seen anything like it? That's like his go-to. Like never before, or you never seen anything like it.
Hey, that's how you sell. He's a master, the art of the deal.
The world wants to see, is there any way they can make a deal? They've taken advantage of us for many, many years. For many years, we've been at the wrong side of the ball. And I'll tell you what, I think it's going to be unbelievable. The thing that people have to talk about, we're up almost to $7 trillion of investment coming into our country. And you'll see how it's going to turn out. Our country's going to boom.
What did y'all think of
Dude,
that?
you could drop Donald on an island and he's gonna survive, bro. He's just a go-getter. Like he's gonna sell, he's gonna make some money, and he don't care about nothing else. Just put it in my hand, basically.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I trust me, I ain't. Oh man, why do I have to do it like this? So let me download this. See what y'all think about this one. I wonder if y'all can. Hold on. Let me see if y'all can.
He's what you call a shark.
Oh, he's definitely a shark. Like we're not even going to get that. Oh, he's one of Donald Trump is the ultimate shark. Let's not get that twisted. Donald Trump is one of the ultimate sharks. When I talk about you be the shark, like he's one of the epitomes of what I'm talking about. Donald Trump is one of the epitomes of a shark. Why does it keep showing the same thing? All right, so that's not good. Let me try this one. Let me see if this is good. He said he got 6 point something trillion coming into the country. Which I mean, let's just go by what he's saying. I'm just saying, like, what's the problem with that? You feel me? Like, what's the problem with that? Huh? What's the problem with that?
I don't know, honestly. Even with the gold cards, I think he sold like 1,000 or 2,000 of them and made $1 billion in a day. Like, who does that? Who
That's what I'm
thinks of
saying.
that?
Like,
You know what I mean?
I think my only thing is I'm not sure how he's going to allocate the proceeds and how it's going to benefit everyone in the country. That's the only thing. I don't see a problem with any of it.
but
That's where I'm
I
at.
know, but for most people, like any talk about we got this coming, this gonna do there we go. Most people like, well, am I gonna get it? Am I gonna get some dollars so I can pay this bill? Like, I mean, god damn. What if it
No,
goes to
like
businesses?
that.
Not you. I'm just saying. What if it
Right,
goes to
right.
businesses that can expand? You know what I'm saying? That can probably have money for a raise for you. Like most people, if it's not going directly in the form of a stimulus check to them, they don't see any value.
I mean, fuck
Not
the
saying you
stimulus.
are, but that's the part that we got to stop looking at the
Right,
country
right.
like it's just us, like it's just me. You got 300-something million people to worry about. But most people want things that specifically towards them, and you usually see that with the consumer like mindset people. Let's check this one out. I hope y'all can see it. I don't know.
Hey, dummies. All you yahoos out there relentlessly repeating Trump's talking point about how these tariffs are ultimately going to be good for the United States, he's not talking to you. These will not be good for you. For 95% of us, these tariffs will devastate us. He is not talking about you. He has never cared about you. Indiana here. We were crippled during the last Great Recession, and we have never financially recovered. And now we are facing another Great Recession because our economy still relies heavily upon manufacturing and assembly. Average Americans, the bottom 95% of us who were harmed financially during the Great Recession, have never recovered that wealth. And we are the people being asked to accept this short-term pain. But there is nothing short-term about it. We are being asked to make a sacrifice that will harm us for a lifetime or more. There's a reason why most of us purchase cheaper goods that are manufactured overseas, and that is because we have to cut costs somewhere. Our wages are not increasing at the rate they should be, and because healthcare, housing, food, et cetera, all of these other necessities have increased astronomically over the last few decades, we have to find savings where we can. Any future upside that will come to the United States as a result of these tariffs is never going to be experienced by 95% of us, and you would be naive to think otherwise.
So here goes more goddamn contradictions, because she just said that 95, we got to go overseas to cut costs, but yet you're marking up the price to your consumers anyway. If I buy something that costs $10 a make and I'm paying $10 a make, $20 total shipping and taxes, everything, $20. They're going to mark it up to $70, $80 profit. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She just contradicted herself. Like she's buying it for $10, but selling it at 12. She's going to get the most she can get out of it. What is she talking about? That's what I'm saying.
Right.
She's going to get the most she can get out of it. If something costs me $10 to make, and I look at the daily median range for this, shut up. If I look at the daily medium range, it's going between 60 and 70. I'm gonna try to sell it for 75. You're still raising the price on your consumer. See what I'm saying? iPhone facts were held, but long as those poor Asian people blood, sweat, and tears is fine. See what I'm saying? She's going over there. She's going over there. Go overseas to get it. But then coming back here and doing the same thing. She's doing the same thing. She's going to mark it up because she wants to make a profit.
Right. She looking at the margin. She want to make the best margin as possible. She want
But
to get all.
she's looking at the margins too. She's looking at the margin. Do you really think that she could get a product made for $10 and she has the chance to sell it for $75? No questions asked. People will buy it. Then she's going to sell it for $15 because she's trying to save her customers money?
That's what I'm saying.
It's the gaslighting that goes on in a contradiction that I don't understand. You know you're going to do the same thing. Golly. They kill me with this shit, man. Like, we got to get out of this. If I was in
front of that lady.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if I was in front of that lady, I would be like, I would tell her, look, everything you just said right now is you're complaining. What is the solution? How can we make this better? A lot of the people that do that, they don't survive in business.
Bro, you know there's never no solution.
Right.
There's never no solution.
If anything, they make the solution harder when they do shit like that or even contradict themselves.
Come on, man. You know there's never no solution. They don't ever want to come with an alternative. I've not heard one alternative plan yet. And if there was one, I just missed it. I wear it. But they never talk about any alternatives. All they want to do is talk about how bad it is. Don't do it. Yada da this, yada da that. That's it. That's all they want to talk about. That's all they want to talk about is how bad it is. That's it. How bad it's going to be. Oh, by you doing this, you're going to do this. Okay, what's your plan? Let's just have all the countries just rip us off. That's the status quo, right?
Right. Let's go blow up Teslas.
Like, bro, like, I'm just saying, like, listen, like I say, I'm not really well versed in all that, but isn't that what she's going to do anyway? Isn't that what she's going to do?
Right.
Isn't that why she's buying it for cheap? Isn't that why she's buying it for cheap? No, let's think. Isn't that why she's buying it for cheap herself? Why is she buying it for cheap?
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
About her family.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
How much she can make and how much.
Right.
Right.
She don't give a shit, like Sean said. She don't give a shit about the people over there in them sweatshops that got to put blood, sweat, and tears. Who's trying to get in? I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, they kill themselves. They be jumping off the buildings and because they work. They got child labor. You know what I mean? They be going through some harsh conditions just to make some Nike shoes or make an iPhone or
Right.
I
But
mean,
she's
that's
going over
crazy.
there and getting her products over there. This ain't about no fucking humanitarian shit. So she sat there and complained about something that she's going to turn her contradictive ass around and go do the same thing and mark up the price. That's going to raise the prices on us on a product that costs her $10 to make. We're paying $75 for it. What's the difference?
Cutting in on
But
her
if it's
profit.
gonna be raised, why not? I guess
Cutting in on her
like
profit.
if it's gonna be raised regardless, right? If it's gonna be raised regardless, why
Monty, what's up?
make the
What's up,
go
man?
through it, right? Why not just say,
But I mean, I ain't cutting her proper per se, but I'm like, she's talking about the tariffs. She complained about the tariffs, and then she just said the reason why we got to go over there because of this. But this is the gaslighting. You're not going over there because of what she said. She's going over there to do the same things that's part of what's happening with the tariffs all over. She's going over there to buy low, to mark up, to sell high. I mean, what's the
supporting
difference?
child labor shit that they're doing over there, which we shouldn't be
That's what I'm
supporting that
saying.
bullshit.
That's what I'm saying. Some people should just shut the hell up because they contradicting themselves. They act like it's this uh major issue because it's done under the Republican watch. Now, let's watch.
Indiana leads the nation in steel production and sits at the forefront of this economic shift. Joining us now, Indiana Senator Jim Banks. Senator, what a pleasure. You were there at the White House today. What will be the immediate impact on your state and, quite frankly, every other state of these tariffs that were announced?
Well, the impact is going to be significant and significantly good for American workers. Indiana has already the most manufacturing jobs per capita of any state in the country, and we're the #1 steel producing state. And in my small hometown, just outside of Fort Wayne, Indiana, the best paying jobs are at a steel mill called Steel Dynamics that a lot of people I went to high school with, a lot of family members work there. There are going to be more jobs like that because of President Trump's courageous decision today to implement reciprocal tariffs on countries where we have trade imbalances and tell those other countries, we're not going to let you take advantage of our workers anymore. Already, we have car manufacturers in the United States, like General Motors, for example, who make less of their cars in the U.S. than Subaru, Honda, other foreign countries who make more of their cars actually in the U.S. But you're going to see that those numbers go up in a significant way because of these tariffs. Other countries are already coming to the table and calling President Trump and asking for a way out to negotiate these tariffs down. He's got the rest of the world's attention. This is good news, a historic day for the country, and we're just getting started.
Senator, you just mentioned Honda. According to Reuters sources, that company, Honda, planning to produce its next Civic hybrid in the Hoosier State, in your state, instead of Mexico because of this policy. But the company, Honda itself, has not confirmed that yet. Have you heard anything about that? Do you know what's happening?
Well, I've seen the Reuters story. I expect it to be true at this point. President Trump has announced this to be the case. This is huge news for Indiana. Those Civic Hondas being made in my state instead of in Mexico. These tariffs work, and they will continue to work to bring these good-paying jobs back to places like my state. So Honda is a good example, but there are other examples too, and it's not just in the automotive industry. Eli Lilly, another great Hoosier company, announced $27 billion of productions of pharmaceuticals in the United States of America instead of abroad in countries like China. So these tariffs are going to have a big impact. They're going to create more good-paying jobs. I'm the son of a factory worker. I grew up in a trailer park. My dad made axles at a factory all of his working life. And that job gave my dad and my family a shot at the American dream. And President Trump is bringing those jobs back to the U.S. instead of sending them to other countries to give more kids in America a shot at the American dream. And this country, the greatest country in the history of the world, that's going to be even greater thanks to President Trump.
Senator, you went viral for being confronted by a fired federal worker. I want people to watch this.
Hi, I was a worker at HHS. I was fired illegally on February 14th. There are many people who are not getting social service programs, especially people with disabilities. Are you going to do anything to stop what's happening?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it?
You probably deserved it.
I deserved it.
Dude,
Wow.
sad.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Why did I deserve it?
Because you seem like a clown.
Senator, we love it because, again, they're stalking you.
Sometimes the truth hurts. And in this case, again, I just talked about my dad. My dad worked in a hot factory, made axles. And I think about the taxes that my dad paid for his hard work. And those tax dollars went to Washington, D.C. to pay for guys like this to have left-wing activists to have jobs that make no sense. This guy can't even explain what his job was at HHS. It was a woke job that wasted taxpayer dollars, and police officers and teachers and factory workers and mechanics, they shouldn't be on the hook to pay taxes to pay for this clown to have a job in Washington. I have no patience for someone who thinks they're entitled to a government job, especially one that wastes taxpayer dollars, and I'll call a clown any day of the week.
These jobs aren't sacred. They need to stop acting like they're part of the clergy. Senator Jim Banks, thank you so much. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Facts.
God bless. They dug into him.
Facts. Nah, because this shit gotta stop, man. They entitled. You graduate with a degree in 1972 studies of the ancient crisis war, and now you want to work in the government. But we're gonna train you on the job so you can know what you're talking about. Get the fuck out of here. Exactly. Yeah, just got fired for no reason. Get your bitch. That's the political play way saying, get your bitch ass out of here. You don't hear this shit. Telling you, man.
Right.
Fucking sheeps. I'm tired of all these goddamn sheeps floating around here, man. I like wolves. I don't goddamn sheep. I can't stand a fucking sheep to save my life. A fucking weak, always complaining. Things, it's so hard. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, we're going to speak on these tariffs. Since everybody's fucking losing their shit about these tariffs, let me explain to y'all what the fuck is happening, man. Stop listening to the damn news. The news does not know what the fuck.
I'm gonna lie, John, I like how he coming off already. I hope I don't regret it. I like how he coming off already.
All right, we're going to speak on these tariffs. Since everybody's fucking losing their shit about these tariffs, let me explain to y'all what the fuck is happening, man. Stop listening to the damn news. The news does not know what the fuck they're talking about. They're not economists. They have no damn idea. So the reason why Donald Trump is imposing all these fucking tariffs, as he should impose all these tariffs, is to get the American economy stimulated again. What happened was all these, over the past 40, 50 years, all these countries that used to produce their products in America went and took their companies out of America to somewhere else, outsourced it somewhere else so that they can keep the profit by making cheaper parts, cheaper labor, cheaper all that right there. So what happens is they take that money, that economic base out of America and put it in, let's say, China, Mexico, Vietnam, whatever. And they're making it for a third of the cost. And then they ship their product over here and charge you a third of the cost more than what you should be paying for it. So they're essentially double dipping in our fucking economy without stimulating our economy. Now, what the tariffs are going to do is, at first, yes, we may see an increase in price of what we're paying as consumers for the good. But over the next 5 to 10 years, if we stick with this economic plan, the prices will go down. Why they will go down? Because America is the biggest consumer of all products made anywhere on the fucking planet. So if we gatekeep what products can come over here, they have no choice but to get in line with what the fuck we got going on. Yes, we may see an increase in prices right now. Listen, it is what the fuck it is. This is a long-term goal, not a short-term goal. We're not expecting this to right itself within the next 3, 6 months, 9 months, none of that. Yes, we expect it to right itself within the next 3, 6, 9 years. These tariffs that were placed on all these countries, 49% for China, 39% for Taiwan, all this stuff right there, this is what needs to be done. Why? Because these companies are making so much money off the backs of Americans, and we do not benefit in any shape, form, or fashion. Not only do we not have the jobs that's producing these products anymore, we're not even getting the economical benefit of the money that is being spent on these products. Why? Because the money is going back to China and all these other fucking countries that are making these products. They are reaping the benefits. So these tariffs, in essence, will allow the American people to, one, get the jobs back over here. Why? Because it will be cheaper to make their products over here versus having to pay the tariffs to get their product over here. That is one. Two, it will stimulate the economy by putting the tax dollars back into the American economy versus putting our tax dollars into, let's say, China or let's say Mexico or Canada or all these other countries that are crying wolf about our fucking economic policies. This is America. If you want to sell your products in America, you have to play ball with America. No longer are we standing by allowing y'all to rape our economy, put our fucking people in fucking bad harm's way because we have no jobs out here anymore. The whole industrial complex of America has fucking crumbled within the past 50 years. Look at Detroit. Look at Gary, Indiana. Look at all these Midwest states that have lost all of their production companies. This is what needs to be done now in order to drive these companies, let's say Ford and Chevy and all these other companies that took their business elsewhere, to come back to America. If you come back to America, this is what Trump in essence is saying. If you bring your business back to America, you won't have to pay 49% tariff tax. Point blank, period. Now, whether they see that as a good thing or not, who gives a fuck? This is America. We need the jobs here. The people that are here are struggling. We don't give a fuck about China or none of that right there. This is America. We care about America, stimulating the American economy and getting the American people to get their jobs back again, because without the middle class, without the working class, without the production class of America, we as Americans are losing. Let's go, man.
And between him and the last congressman that spoke, I don't see what the problem is with it. For years, I always thought that Americans are so more worried about what's happening to the people in other countries versus what's happening in our own. Like, what is the problem with that? Just look, and I'm not an economist, and I don't want to fucking make it seem like I know. There's shit that I don't know, and I know I don't know, and I don't try to pretend like I know. But from what I've seen, if you just look at the Asians, they got liquor stores, they got Chinese carryouts, they got stores at malls all over the United States. Does their money circulate back into our economy? No. That money goes back over there to their family.
Right.
It goes
Every
back
last
into
one.
their own economy.
Look
So
at the
they're
Africans.
that's the same thing.
Yeah.
Everybody, every foreign that comes in this country with a job, that their money is not circulating back into the American economy. So from what he's saying is, and he did a very good job if you ask me, if you don't want to get hit with the tariffs, you manufacture your products and goods over here, which will create more jobs for the people, and which the money can start circulating back into the community and back into the American economy. The problem is not the fact that there's not enough money to go around. It's not that. It's the problem is that the money that's made is not circulated. And this is why the banks are the biggest crooks known to man, because every dollar that they make on interest, it doesn't get circulated back into the economy. It doesn't get loaned back out. It's not being given so businesses can start jobs, because every dollar that comes into existence is loaned into existence. So when you're pumping the principal amount back into the economy, but you're shelving the interest amounts back into your own corporate coffers, the interest money is not able to be made. It's not able to be earned. So look at all the trillions of dollars that the banks take in on interest, but we don't have an opportunity to earn it again. And this is what shrinks the business's capacity to hire, give raises, because the money that they're gaining off interest, which is out the clear air, it's fucking hot air, it's make-believe money. They're charging you interest on top of money. That money is just an addition to it. They're not earning it. This is why the banks have to report all their interest as unearned income. And this is why they're taxed to the hilt, because the government can't allow them just to keep that money untaxed. And this is one of the biggest issues. The money is not circulating back. For every dollar that's spent in this economy today, between 65 and 70% is taken back out the economy. It's not being recirculated. See, it's not the problem of spending money, making money. It's the problem is when it's not circulating back. So when banks make all this money off interest, they're not recirculating back into the economy. That's the biggest problem with interest. You spend more money paying the interest than you do paying the principal. But the interest money that's collected, they're not circulating back out into the economy. That's the problem. So when you have more demand, when not enough money to go around, a recession is inevitable. When you have more demand and the product is not matching the demand, there's always going to be an issue. So it's not the issue of tariffs, it's not the issue of this, it's not the issue of that. Every foreign company that's been coming over here for years, they never recirculate their earnings back into our economy. That's the biggest problem. And this is why we have people fighting over scraps. If there was enough to go around to earn, we wouldn't have to be fighting over scraps. And that's happens day in and day out with these foreign entities coming over to the United States. They're not, the money is not, the B is taken out of the economy. They're raising taxes on us.
Sad thing is by design. These people that in the government, they're not dumb people. All this that's going, it's by design to break America. When was it? 1926, when we was the richest nation in the world, when we was doing the tariffs back in, I think
the roaring 20s. The roaring 20s.
Right. So I mean, it ain't a Hail Mary what Trump doing. It's been proven that it works. It's just the new world order is trying to break America. They trying to break it.
Nah, I believe you're absolutely right, because I don't believe that when you say the New World Order, that's when I actually believe you're correct, because these nitwits that work for MSNBC and CNN, they don't be coming up with these talking points on their own. It just seems like they just have it already handmade, ready to something to argue about. That's coming down from the higher ups. You want to know why they're pushing back against this? Because as you say, the New World Order and the international bankers, all their money comes from the international markets. All the money that's siphoned out of America goes over there to the foreign markets. That's where the money is. Just like the Council on Foreign Affairs. You want to know who really runs this country? Really what goes on? Watch who's sitting in the office on the Council of Foreign Affairs. Look at their connections dating back to the 80s. The number one goal is to have the American people enslave the international bankers, slave for them. There's no way how all these countries, all these companies, all these enterprises, they always seem to manufacture outside the United States.
I think the hub is in Switzerland, man.
Labor? Can it just be, for cheap labor? Fuck no. Fuck no. That's not just the answer to all of it. Cheap labor. Fuck no. It's bigger than that.
Hey, you know what?
They got all the money in the world. They ain't worrying about no money. Them people ain't worrying about money.
That's what I'm saying.
Last thing on their mind is control. As long as you poor and starving, they got control over you.
And look at TikTok. That's the biggest evidence of the whole slavery machine, because when you look at the TikTok shop with the influencers and stuff, some of these influencers are placement from, you want to call that, the people of the New World Order. They're putting them in there because it's like, okay, we're going to make this product overseas. We're going to give it to this influencer so this influencer can sell it. And then we're going to get everyone else to help this influencer sell the same shitty product to everyone else in the United States. Like,
But you know one thing about that is, though, everything that's happening today, when I read the series of the acts of Congress, started from early May into the end of May, do you know that they predicted what's happening today, what happened today? When you allowed the Federal Reserve Bank to take control over our nation's currency, they predicted this. Everything that's happening today, they said it out of their own mouths. This is going to end up happening. And the American people will be enslaved for them for the next 50 years if you allow the Federal Reserve Bank to take control over our nation's currency.
That's why the Titanic sunk. That's why they sunk. All the people that was against it was on that Titanic.
Look at these congressmen today. They would never talk like them congressmen was speaking back. Oh, back then they was telling you exactly what's going on. Yo, interest money, bank money, it's hot air. It's make-believe money. It's money that don't exist. Yes, they're taking your deposits and purchasing government bonds. How else would they be able to have $8 billion in outstanding bonds, but 42 million in cash to pay for it? Because they're purchasing these bonds with other people's deposits. I swear to God, they said it black and white. Black and white, irrefutable, from the congressional floor.
that's a crazy leverage.
Facts.
When we had the Civil War, the reason why that war had ended because they made a deal. What the Queen, that she really owns this land, so our government really ain't running this world. I mean, this country. That's why the war ended, because they made a deal with the Queen. That's why she owned. That's why our birth certificates go straight to her.
Nah, I mean, I believe that a lot of, hold on. Oh, let me see. Maybe
The
too.
Pope got a lot to say too. And them black Moors in Switzerland, that's kin to the Anunnakis, they really run the world. The white post, they answer to that black Pope in Switzerland. They've been running the world thousands of years. People think that the white Pope runs everything. Oh no. That's why they say when that black Pope get in office, the Antichrist, he's supposed to be the Antichrist. Because they the closest to the Canaanites. They the closest. Well, they are the Canaanites. Put it that way.
You know, my granddad told me a similar story before he died about that. He's the one that put it to me that the Pope bows down to was it the Black Mary or something like that?
The Moors, the black Moors.
Yeah, yeah.
They are the descent. They are the bloodlines of the Canaanites, or the Anakites, which are the part of the fallen angels, whatever you want to call them. But you know the Canaanites, they worship Baal. They did all the sacrifices, killing babies and all that. The black people started all that. Like
Hey,
they say,
Ron, so you
Satan
getting a
wants
little
you to tell.
controversial.
Yeah, they try like Satan don't want you to believe he's real, or you know. That's why the black Moors, they hide their face. They don't want you to know how far back they go in history and who they really are.
That's why. Hey, can y'all see this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Brother, what's going on? The college brother from Florida State University.
Yes, sir. So I went to go ask my professor, I brought the document up, told him I'm, taking a class, learning about securities, whatnot. And I put the first page and I said I got about 8 more pages, but I just wanted to see he's a professor that loves to claim that he's into a lot of fraud. Like he likes looking into different fraud cases and knowing about, what's fraud in the accounting world, how it works, how people are able to get away with certain things. So I was like, this is the perfect professor to ask. And so when I asked him, and he was looking at it, he looked at it, he didn't say anything for a good 2 minutes, reading it, and he said, "Yeah, well, I mean, this looks like an accounting issue."
Right there. Right there. He said this looks like an accounting issue. What's the number one claim that we have? Based on the accounting.
And I was like, "Yep. Well, yeah, I was trying to figure out, is this real, or, does it seem like it's something that's legit?" He said, "Well, is it a homework assignment?" And I was like, I'm not sure. I mean,
see, at this point, he was trying to ascertain a gauge. Where did he get that from? Because he told him something from another class. I wish he just would have told him who he got it from and what I do. I wish he just would have been direct, but yeah, it is what it is.
It's a document he just showed me, and he's like, "Well, yeah, it just seems like an accounting error, but I mean, it's an assignment." So it seemed like he's saying.
See, he's making this because he presented like this is some type of assignment from another class. So he just could have just said, "Hey, someone out, whatever." But he kept saying, yeah, it's like an accounting issue. Yeah, but as you listen on, watch, just listen. I'm gonna stop interrupting.
Brother, what's going on? The college brother from Florida State University.
Yes, sir. So I went to go ask my professor, I brought the document up, told him I'm, taking a class, learning about securities, whatnot. And I put the first page and I said I got about 8 more pages, but I just wanted to see he's a professor that loves to claim that he's into a lot of fraud. Like he likes looking into different fraud cases and knowing about,
So that's the premise. This is basically looking into fraud. That's how he presented. He put it together based on fraud. So when the professor gets it, the context is something wrong with the transaction. This was my right to set off document. It's in the right to set off class. This is that document he's showing them. So he's basically into fraud and uncovering this and that. So that's when he said, "Oh, yeah, it looks like an accounting issue." So I just want to give you out the context right there. This is the right to set off document.
What's fraud in the accounting world, how it works, how people are able to get away with certain things. So I was like, this is the perfect professor to ask. And so when I asked him, and he was looking at it, he looked at it, he didn't say anything for a good 2 minutes, reading it, and he said, "Yeah, well, I mean, this looks like an accounting issue." And I was like, "Yep. Well, yeah, I was trying to figure out is this real, or does it seem like it's something that's legit?" He said, "Well, is it a homework assignment?" And I was like, I'm not sure. I mean, it's a document he just showed me, and he's like, "Well, yeah, it just seems like an accounting error, but I mean, it's an assignment." So it seemed like
so that's what he kept saying. "Oh, is this a homework issue? Is this a homework? What is?" See, at the point right there, that's what I said. I wish he just would have, it wasn't a homework. You didn't get this from another student. I mean, I guess he had to play how he played it, but yeah, accounting issue. It's the number one thing right there. That's the number one thing of my claim with these people. Accounting issue. He's able to point it out.
he's saying, yeah, it seems legit. He said it's something that they teach in a highly advanced accounting classes.
You already know what's coming. You already know what's coming. Y'all already know what's coming.
I had to change my phone. I don't know what's wrong with this phone, man. I had to get a new phone.
You're rocking with the
See how this one works.
You're rocking with the best.
Let's rewind that back for a second. Let's rewind that part back for a second.
Yeah, it just seems like an accounting error, but I mean, it's an assignment. So it seemed like he's saying, yeah, it seems legit. He said it's something that they teach in a highly advanced accounting classes.
Yep.
But he kept on referring to it as it being an assignment for some reason. When I kept saying, I mean, it's just, I don't know if it's an assignment, but it's just a document that was taught in class. And so it seemed to me like he just kind of pushed it off, but he let me know, like, yeah, this is real. It seems like an issue, and that was it. He didn't want to read he flipped through the pages and didn't want to read the rest. He kind of gave back.
So see, so he said it seems like, hold on. So he tried to say that this seems like a class assignment?
Yeah.
Oh my God. What? Are you serious?
That's what he kept saying, and I was like, all right. But I'm glad that he was kind of saying, like, yes, it seems legit, it seems real, but I'm a professor and you're asking me about an assignment. You know what I'm saying?
So you said, hold up. So you said, say it again. So he's like, say that again, sir.
Yeah, see, he presented it like it was like I don't know why he presented it like that. Like it's an assignment from another professor. I don't know why. He could have just said whatever. But the main thing, this is something that's taught in highly advanced accounting.
The vibe I got from it was you came up here to ask me about a document and reverts to an assignment. And I told you, it seems like, yes, it's a genuine accounting issue. It seems like it's a legitimate issue, but that's how I seen how he was construing it. Like, yeah, you came up here to ask me about a class assignment from a student from another class. And that's it. And I was like, okay, I respect the fact that he still, looked at it and said, yeah, this seems legit, but we spoke about an assignment and that's it.
Wow. So he didn't want to get into. I told you, bro. He didn't want to go
any further.
I told you, because he knows. Like, and the reason why I know, the reason why I know he knows, because he immediately pinpointed it was an accounting issue. He really, that's the whole point I was making. That's the whole point. It's about the accounting.
I was like, this teacher loves to talk. He loves to talk. He did not want to talk about none. He just, it seems like an accounting issue. That's it. Quiet. I'm just there.
Yeah.
A college professor that loves to talk. He probably like to hear his own self-talk. As soon as he reads that document, seems like an accounting issue. Yeah, and don't want to expound. Come on, college professor. You know, by him presenting that document, he even uncovered your own gatekeeping tactics. You know this the whole time, professor. You know this. Why aren't you teaching it to your students? Right.
Yep. So, yeah.
I took a few days to go because I wanted to try to understand a little bit of it and, actually get a conversation out of him, but nothing. He didn't even want to talk about it.
And he likes to talk.
He loves to talk about it. He loves to talk about fraud, for sure.
Wow. So what was his facial like?
Yeah, he wasn't really making eye contact with me, but he normally doesn't really make direct eye contact, but his reaction, you could just tell it was just like, this is some shit. Like he was scrolling through it, looking at it, reading it, and like he was just kind of like, it was like he was kind of shocked, but trying not to make it seem crazy, you know?
You surprised him.
It was apparent, yeah. It was.
He wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, and I just kept it's like I'm trying to get stuff out of him, and he's not trying to answer. I'm trying to act like I know.
Because you're not in the upper echelon, you're just a student. You're not supposed to have that document. You're not even supposed to know that yet. You're not supposed to know that yet. This is something you're supposed to know next 15, 20 years in your career. You're not supposed to know that now. Where did you really get this from? Hold on. This is a class assignment? No way. This is not a class assignment. Where did you really get this from? That's going to be their next interaction.
No, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just to see if he'll try to fill in the blanks. But he wasn't. He just said, "Yeah, it's an accounting. It's an advanced. Yeah.
Wow.
Keyword, advanced. They don't teach this in school. You're trained according to your position and your status within the company. Out of 5,000 people in the company, maybe 5 will know this. And that 5 comprises of the executive office.
So I make sure to know, like, I was like, yeah, he's not taking a class at a university. He's taking a class like online with a group of people that he paid for. He's like, nothing, just quiet.
Wow. So basically,
he might don't even know. he might don't even know himself.
He knows. He's a professor. He spent 35 years in the financial field. He knows. It's not about him not knowing. He knows. It all feels about you don't talk about stuff with certain people. You got to be in that upper echelon to have these conversations.
Right.
You bring me an upper echelon document and act like this is an assignment. I wish he would have never said it was an assignment from someone else. I wish he just would have said, hey, I'm with this group and this is what he teaches. Hey, he should have just said that. He should have just said that.
Trying to figure out who the fuck is teaching this. Like he was basically trying to say, like, who the fuck is teaching this?
Not sure.
Oh, this ain't nothing. I done had bank officials tell my mom, you could take this document to 100 banks, maybe 2 officers out of that 100 banks may understand this language. Oh, this ain't nothing. This ain't nothing new. When I say my knowledge is 2% of the world, I don't say it as a soundbite. This shit is really 2% of the world knowledge.
Sure, because your name, I'm pretty sure your name is on it, but I'm not sure if you read.
Right.
You really looked at the first page, and like from the first page, he was like, yeah, like I'm not trying to read any further, but he admitted, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
He admitted
right.
It seems factual, but just when I kept asking him is when he started flipping through the pages, and he actually seen it was 9 pages full of like dense information, and that's when he was just like, yeah. Ain't nothing else to talk about.
What document you talking about? Were you talking about a claim or something Lamont put together?
But like I said, I'm glad that he kept it 100. He just said, yeah, it seems like an accounting issue. But for a professor to say that seems like an accounting issue and not want to elaborate on it at all.
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
He don't want to elaborate at all. He just said, yeah, seems like a genuine accounting error. Looked at me, that's it.
You did. Wow. Wow.
And this professor,
and he likes to talk.
Yeah, I know he knows some stuff because I think he's friends with some people. He was saying
that.
So maybe become on the board of a company or something like that. So
I bet.
You was too far ahead of the class.
Yeah, that's it. Just understand.
Wow. And he likes to talk.
No, he loves to talk about. I mean, this whole class it's business processing. So it's a lot of the stuff is circular. It's about where can you find fraud in the system? Where are people able to find ways to get caught? You know, he likes to catch fraud. That's what he likes to do. So,
wow. Wow.
But yeah,
wow, man. That's crazy.
All right.
Hey, Lamont.
Yo.
Is he a freshman or a junior?
Senior.
He's a senior?
Yes. Bro, they don't teach this shit at school, bro. They don't teach us at school.
You know,
not in America, they don't.
You know that that professor is gonna look up who he has, like for his other accounting classes, and he's gonna press him about who showed him that.
Yeah. That's as we go over. That's the next conversation. He knows he didn't get that from another student in another class there because they don't teach that. That's not the curriculum. He's a professor.
Yeah.
They all got there. They all meet together. They all know their curriculum, what they're supposed to teach with it. That is off limits. So watch as you hear. He's want to know where he got that from. That's going to be this next time they talk about that. That's going to be where he got it from. That's going to be the conversation. Where did you get that document from for real? Because you didn't get this online. And I told him, yo, don't share this online because I don't want them to pull you into the dean's office trying to figure out where you got it from. Like, tell them you got it from Lamont Thomas. Me, from the streets. Tell them you got it from me, which I thought he was going to do the first time. You don't got it, this and this student. Nah, I wish he would have told me. He should just say he got it from me. He don't go to college. He don't go to school. Minimal background. Went to school for business and management, applied science. Never went to school from accounting. Never took a class in accounting. Never stepped on any college campus. All self-taught. Self-taught.
Ain't nothing else to talk about.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. But like I said, I'm glad that he kept it 100. He just said, yeah, it seems like an accounting issue. But for a professor to say that seems like an accounting issue and not want to elaborate on it at all.
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
He don't want to elaborate at all. He just said, yeah, seems like a genuine accounting error. Looked at me, that's it.
Did you let him keep? Did you let him keep the document? You let him keep it?
You said what?
Did he let him keep the document?
No.
Oh, I'm going to say, because they're going to definitely go over that.
No, the professor gave it back. The professor already knows what it is. I told you. What did I tell y'all? They're going to read the first paragraph and already going to know what it's about. That's why you get the first paragraph with these people. You sit in 50 pages of nonsensical. They're not going to read past the first paragraph. That's it. IRS, banking. You got that first half of the page and that's going to determine whether they read it further. Because usually by that first paragraph and a half, they already know what the fuck it's about. Sometimes decisions are made based on that first paragraph. That's why when you're in that field, when you know that, you don't have to read the whole thing to understand what it's about. That first paragraph. That's how you say, Ray, just the first few bit. Oh, yeah, seems like a genuine accounting issue. Right off the break, that means he knows. Say the IRS, they read the documents, first paragraph. Okay, yeah, go ahead and process this way. They don't even read the rest of it. No need to. They know what you're getting at. People want to go into long introductions, 2 pages for the introductions, going over the whole history. You send in 8 pages, they may read the whole page. And if they can't ascertain what you're talking about within that first few paragraphs, your shit's going in a shredder. Remember, we swimming with the sharks. The sharks don't got patience. They're not sitting about reading the 8 page. Remember, sharks don't do that. We get straight to business. We get straight to the point. We get straight to the point. None of this long soliloquies or why are you putting this claim in. No, we get straight to the point. That's actual factual.
Oh, wow.
And this professor,
and he likes to talk.
Yeah, I know he knows some stuff because I think he.
Why y'all keep popping out every 5 seconds? What the hell going on?
He was saying
right.
They have kicked me out.
He
My
become
connection.
on the board of a company or something like that. So he
I bet.
Let me see something.
Probably knows some stuff. So yeah, that's
wow.
6, 7.
That was interesting.
Wow. And he likes to talk.
No, he loves to talk about. I mean, this whole class is it's business processing. So it's a lot of the stuff is circular. It's about where can you find fraud in the system? Where are people able to find ways to get away without getting caught? You know, he likes to catch fraud. That's what he likes to do. So,
wow. Wow.
But yeah,
wow, that's crazy.
I was doing like 2 different things at one time, so I keep saying wow, because I was doing like 2 different things at one time.
I'm learning some good stuff, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I went through all the videos of the set off, but I feel like the first video from like the class is already like giving a lot of background to where a lot of that stuff comes from. So it's so much information. It's factual information, but I just gotta digest it. You know, take time to really. Yeah. Crazy world we live in for sure.
Bruh, he is mad that you know that.
He probably like, how the hell?
Exactly.
It's just like he's trying to like, I can just see it on his face. Like he's just trying to, and he's one of those professors that's just like, he got that poker face for sure.
Right. You know? But he likes to talk though.
Yeah, he likes to talk though. He loves to talk though. He loves to talk.
Wow. He said like he didn't want it. It's like you blindsided him. I wish you would have told him, yo, this is my friend. He's been studying accounting for years. I wish you just would have told him who I was, so to make it seem like I'm in there studying. Be like, yo, this is my friend. He studies this stuff for years. He studies all those loans, accounting, securitization. I mean, you should have just told him. So, but he probably will. I get it. I pray you had to play it. You had to play it what you want. You had to. I get it. I get what you had to do.
Yeah, I still wanted to play like I'm a student. I'm not really sure.
Right. Like, I got you. Because they want to all the way shut down.
Yeah. If I just went in on some I already know this shit. Like, let's see what you think. Yeah, I feel like I would have got it different.
Right. I think you. Yep.
Versus me going in as a student trying to actually like digest it. He's like, Like, you gonna lie to me? I'm trying to figure out, is this stuff real? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because I think if you would have did that, that shit would have been crazy.
Yeah, it would have been crazy. It would have been crazy.
Right. Wow, bro. But I'm glad that you're still learning.
But yeah, I'm gonna take another class next semester.
That's cool. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna just see, like, you know, what's their thoughts on it. You know, like, this next professor, I'm gonna be like, I've been doing research on this, and this is a document that the person that I've been doing research in, that's like you said, I'm gonna be a little bit more straightforward and see kind of how they go about it. But want to talk. He didn't really want to talk about it, to be honest.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Bro, I'm so glad that you took that to him though, because I'm like, yo. And he pinpointed, this is an accounting issue. Yep. All right. It's like you saying, yeah, you're right. All right, get the shit out of here. I don't want to talk about this.
Basically.
He's like, yeah, you're right. All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead. That's basically what he said. All right, go ahead. All right. Yeah, this is legit. Go ahead. Because if it wasn't, he damn sure be like, oh, well, hold on. No, this isn't correct. No. But he's like, yeah, this is legit. Accounting issue. He knew you was right the whole time. He knew that document was spot on. He knew that document was spot on. Wow. Okay, bro. Well, I appreciate you, man. That pretty much tells you everything I need to know. And the fact that he didn't want to read it all lets me know that right? Because remember, like he can't just get full-fledged into it because it's going to expose him for because the question would be next, like, well, why aren't you talking about this?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on, why don't we go?
He tried to justify it, talking about that's a highly advanced topic.
I told you. See, he tried to justify them not teaching you that.
Exactly.
He tried to that's what was going through his mind. Like, oh shit, I'm about to be exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, if you was to pass that document around the campus, bro, they'd probably call you in the office.
I was gonna say I can't do that.
Nah, I was gonna say no, bro. They will call you in the office like, yo, where'd you get this from?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Don't pass this. Bro, you will be creating an issue. So I'm glad you didn't do it.
Yeah.
Glad you did. Because I thought about it. I said, nah, you're gonna be going against the whole school.
Yeah, I thought about
bro, you would have been in the dean's office.
Yeah.
Like, who did you get this from?
Yeah. And I was thinking about going to the dean as well, because I had to speak to the dean with a little particular issue with Deloitte, because they were telling me I needed to be like CPA eligible and all that stuff. So I got it done. But I was like, I spoke to him already in his office. He's pretty cool because he had connections to the partner at Deloitte. And I was like, what if I just asked him about it out of curiosity to see what he would say about it?
Wow.
He was a very he spoke to me with down to earth person, not really about accounting in general, just getting my qualification, but he was a cool guy. His vibe was a lot more like open. So, and he's an older guy too, so maybe he'll be a little bit more just like interesting and intrigued, like, how's this kid knowing this stuff already?
Right.
All right. Yeah, I can't talk about this at all.
You'd have been considered a threat to the financial system.
Right.
You'd have been a threat.
Yeah, he'd have been a threat. That's how I told him. I said, bro, don't. I said, bro, don't show nobody this, bro. He said he can't do it because just don't do it. Just don't do it, bro. Like, this is something you will probably learn 25, 30 years down the line.
The CIA will be knocking on your door.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. Yeah. Nah. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it like that.
Yeah, he's not in the fold yet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's destroying the whole United States financial system. That's their whole system. You'll be
That's their
destroying it.
that document is their whole system. But here's the thing. He's going to kill the college experience. It kills it. That document is exposing a scam on accident. You're not trying to do it. You're just trying to talk about your rights, but it's exposing a broader scam. This is why when I sent the IRS that stuff, along with people's mortgages and autos, exposing the tax evasion, and I sent the amounts, bro, that shit was like 300 million. I found this mortgage company, 275 million, this motherfucking finance company, 300 million over here, 400 million over here. I sent them shit where they transferring mortgages into trusts that were already closed. You think the IRS is really going to take action against these people? Or they just going to refund y'all shit?
You don't cut that real short. Get that man that check.
That's all they're going to do. That's it. They're not even going to do anything about it. They're just going to give you a refund and send you along your way. They're not going to do nothing about it.
Right.
You think they would have been did something about it? All they can do is pass a law to make it illegal. Bam.
Right. They know.
That's it. It's illegal to securitize. But why would they do that when they got Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are the biggest mortgage-backed securities holders? They're the biggest ones, the government. Come on, man. This shit will be on forever. Facts.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I thought about it. Talking to the students, especially after I showed it, like, what is this kid doing? This you would have to speak to somebody about this.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. There you go. There you go. That's what you do, bro. That's what you do. Keep it. Yeah. Keep that to yourself. Keep that to yourself. Keep that to yourself.
I wasn't even pressure today. I wouldn't say nothing to none of them no more because you're gonna make it hot for yourself.
Like I said, it's just like, okay, that's how you see it from the first page. There gotta
You
be.
might have to leave that alone. You might have to leave that alone.
So I like to network. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to speak to people. So because at the beginning of last year, what I was doing is I would go to the law library, and they had the American jurisprudence books. I would just sit there. And
yes. Get that. Read those.
Yeah, I was going through them, but that's when I was looking more on like just the musical instruments and all that stuff.
Yeah,
I'm understanding now that securitization is really like key in understanding how they set that stuff up. That's really what it's such speeds doing. But yeah, I just love to ask people questions, man. I actually did a thing where the UF thing has a legal consultant thing where you can write an inquiry and ask them for services you want help with. And one of the things I put services for was the drafting of.
Watch this. Listen here. This is when you're asking for something which we're only going to do for us because we're making y'all liable on the same shit you're asking us for. Watch how they reply. I told this is a gatekeeping fraudulent. I'm telling they're not, and he's at a university. I told this shit is deep.
Of a negotiable instrument. And of course, it got shot down. We cannot help you with those services.
What?
Yep. That's the email response I got from the school, but which I was expecting that. But they will help you in terms of employment situations where you're trying to figure out if you might have basic stuff, but touchy things like that. I already knew they weren't going to help no students with anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Told you, don't even we can't help you with that because we issue that to y'all so we can hook y'all on the hook, keep y'all on the hook for 30 years, 5 years, 10 years. Why would we help you with that? And that's what we use for y'all. We're not going to help you with that.
Then that's just like you find a way of getting out, paying them.
Right.
They're like, They ain't gonna tell you how to stop paying them.
But lawyers are funny, right? Remember when the crash happened? They weren't giving two shits about what was going on the people's side. They were on the bank side. But once the bank was thrown under the bus, what they do? Switch to the people to help the people save their homes. So in the same context as
That's what they did during the stock market crash when they feel like that shit was going under. What did these lawyers for the banks do? They dropped out of these banks to get away from it and start helping people get their homes back. That's where a lot of this shit got exposed because people was actually getting lawyers from the banks to help them in their mortgage case. And a lot of these lawyers felt jaded by the banks for throwing the lawyers under the bus. So they said, fuck y'all. They started helping people with their mortgages.
Facts. So now that's the only way you're gonna see them take on a divorceable instrument case or anything similar if that comes out to a similar situation where they're thrown under a bus for that. They're gonna switch.
Yep. That's absolute facts. And he must have fell out. And that's absolute facts. And I know one time, because I had a person that I know who said the bank accepted their promissory note to pay off their mortgage. But this was in the heat of the mortgage crisis and everybody was defaulting. They actually accepted the promissory note. They said, all right, hey, just give us that shit, man. Yeah. It was either accept the promissory note or have to go through another foreclosure. You know how much money that was around the time for the banks to foreclose? They wasn't getting bailed out by the insurance. And the only reason why they took it because the insurance wasn't paying them. I'm telling you, that's the only reason why they did it. And what did they do with that note? They took that note and set it off against the obligation that the banks owed them to bring the account to zero. That's it. See, they're not going to do that in normal cases. They're only going to do that when the market determines and shit gets dire. When shit gets real out here in the field. That's when they'll do it. They're not doing it unless they absolutely have to. The banks will never just give you your shit back just because you coming with evidence that you got them. They won't. They are wicked. They will fight you to the death.
So
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, bro. Wow. Wow. Hey, I'm glad you didn't pass it out because I ain't want to feel bad, man. You getting in trouble for that shit because you are in the system right now. But here's the thing, though. This is what I want you to do. So somebody was telling me, I was on a panel, and I was telling people, I said, yeah, man, I got a homeboy, who should be about to be interning for Deloitte and one of the world's most renowned law firms. Guess what a hater said? It ain't hard to get into Deloitte. I said, bro, they got one of the hardest competitive fucking processes, bro. These people manage 62 billion, bro.
Yeah.
They do high-end tax services. The group, as you can see, what was I going over? That's what.
But here's the thing I want you to know. When y'all finish and when the smoke clears and the dust settle, you will be able to walk into the high-end top executive corporate office and explain your position. And everybody's going to know what you're talking about.
They already know at Deloitte, bro, and the higher ups. This is why he was saying this is highly advanced accounting. This, bro, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Still learn what they're teaching you, but also implement what you're learning with me in the mix. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Just take your time with it, bro. Just take your time. Take your time. Slide it in. The best way I can teach you how to help you do that, bro, is okay. Whatever they're giving you, to study, the research. Just everybody else is just going to stay there, right? Everybody's going to stay on that. What you're going to do, go just a little bit beyond the surface, because when you go beyond the surface, it's going to tie into what you're learning over here.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you're gonna understand why they're doing it this way, but you're also gonna understand, this is how it's really going.
Yeah.
Right.
Then that's why it's able to really balance.
Right. That's when you'll be able to balance the two sides of the world, but they're still interconnected. It's just one world is clipping the strings from its connection to the other. So you'll be able to tie those strings back together. And once you master that, bro, I'm telling you, as soon as they know that you know it, bro, they're going to escalate you to the top, bro. I'm telling you, they're going to escalate because they're not going to want you around the average you see what I'm saying? They're not going to want you around them. I'm telling you, bro, they're not going to want you around them. So think about it, bro. When you get this all down pat, you'll be coming in through the door. I think within your first 5 years in the field you're in, you're still a rookie. Right. Like, you got to get a number of clothes to sell, whatever under your belt, revenue generated. But when you're coming through the door, and by year 2, they already, they know you know this stuff already, bro, they're going to escalate you, bro. They're going to escalate, and your peers going to be like, move up so fast.
Yeah.
Move up. Because he knows. They don't want to play games around with people. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's not you're doing it on purpose. See, here's the thing I don't want you to mindset, because I don't want you to get spooked. I'm not trying to expose any type of scam. You see, bro? I'm not trying to. That's not my job. We are the world. That's not my job. The problem is, bro, and it.
Did I hit the we are the world? And I said that. Hey, yo. We are the people. Make a world a better place for you.
You know you're funny as hell.
I didn't even know. In a dead serious moment, I just slid that in there. Hey, yo, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Like, you got to get a number of clothes to sell, whatever under your belt, revenue generated. But when you're coming through the door, and by year 2, they already, they know you know this stuff already, bro, they're going to escalate you, bro. They're going to, and your peers going to be like, how the fuck you move up so fast?
Yeah.
Move up. Because he knows. They don't want to play games around with people. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's not you're doing it on purpose. See, here's the thing I don't want you to mindset, because I don't want you to get spooked. I'm not trying to expose any type of scam. You see, bro? I'm not trying to. That's not my job. We are the world. That's not my job. The problem is, bro.
We are the world.
This is just the harsh reality. When you actually learn this other side, it's exposing a scam on its own.
Facts. I never approached this trying to expose a scam. I just approached this to substantiate my position, why I'm entitled to what I'm entitled to. In the midst, I'm like, oh shit. They scamming like a motherfucker. Millions. I'm like, shit. And it's been going on like this for decades.
Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like you're trying to do it. It just comes out on its own. Like, so it's like by operation of law. So by you knowing this stuff, it's synonymous to you knowing the scam. See, that's just what it is. So that's why you got certain people in high places, because they know that. They know they know the scam. And the scam has to be protected. That's the bottom line. So this is why I'm saying, regardless of your years in, once they know you know this stuff, you're going to be escalated to the top. And
they're going to take him out of the everyday positions and put him somewhere up there where they can watch him. they can't have him around the regular people just coming in. It's an exposure risk. You know the scam, you need to be over here. We can't have you co-mingling over there. That's the point I'm making.
In the upper echelon, because you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be there. You can't be amongst the like the intern and first couple years people, because you don't want to be. They don't want you having conversations with them. And those people that are up the top, bro, they're the least. They don't have that much contact with people. You see what I'm saying? They don't want you having a lot of contact with people.
Yeah, hard to get, hard to
right. Right.
The vice president said, when Navy Federal called me, the vice president, she said, I rarely ever call customers. She said, I rarely ever, I don't ever rarely ever call customers, but I received your stuff, and I'm just going to ask you what's going on. Like, what do you need? Vice President of Navy Federal calling me, little old Lamont, teaches a measly Telegram group and got a fucking YouTube channel, never went to school, not known in this financial community. Can't even get vice presidents to call lawyers back. I didn't even ask her to call me. I didn't even think about her calling me. But the vice president of Navy Federal calls me directly. Interesting.
Hey, right. They got it. Bro, these people that know this stuff, they're so hard to reach.
Yeah.
You would never really talk to them.
I'm telling you, like, I can already see, like, once I understand it, I'm gonna know what to do. It's gonna be as simple as me.
I would be an executive at a bank with this knowledge now, and I go back about 6-7 years ago, I would be an executive at a bank. That would be my position. I would be on the executive risk management team, making $250,000, $300,000 a year just to protect the scam. And that's the crazy part. I know how to protect the scam.
Me writing an inquiry to one of the top people in an email that shows that I know what I'm saying without exposing anything.
Right.
I'll be like, what the?
That's what I'm saying. You're gonna slide your way up to the top, bro. I'm telling you, they are going to move you out of that fucking field that the people first 5 years in. They're gonna move you away from them. I'm telling you, it happens like this. Bro, these people that make all the money at the top, you think they're there because of what they know.
Yeah.
And that's it. It's all because what they know. That's why they're there. Because
that's a fact, because they really don't do shit. CEOs don't really do shit. CEO of a bank don't really do shit. They got everybody else to run the day-to-day operations. They don't do shit.
Once you know how to, you can play the game effectively. You know how to balance the balance sheet. You know how to make money, and you know how to, and I know y'all talk about this in school, loss.
And one of the main traits that I'm getting into the new, the Supreme Elite team next, which I know how to do very well, and which all the top CPAs of the world, top law firms of the world, top SEC attorneys of the world, top accountants of the world, top government officials of the world, criminal investigation divisions of the world, you know what they all know how to do? They know how to read a balance sheet. I can read them with the best of them. I can break down the balance sheet and pinpoint that amount that's aggregated, which portion of that is to my client. I can break down the calculations on how they come up with a finance charge. I did it live in the OID class, live off the top of my head on the calculator. Accounting.
Mitigation, mitigating the risk exposure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, risk exposure. That's the last thing. That is at the top. These companies, these banks, they spend millions of dollars a year on creating a.
Oh, and our next class is going to be next time we meet in the Supreme Elite team. I'm gonna read y'all a document from a lawyer, multiple lawyers on securitization, multiple high-end lawyers and CPAs. They're all going to be saying the same thing I'm saying.
A system to decrease the exposure. Like they hire analysts, they hire accountants on account. You see what I'm saying? People that come and get in the procedure. They have people come in and train the people that gets promoted to the top on the stuff that was included in that document you showed your professor. They come in and train them on that stuff. You're not learning this in school.
No. The bank executives, the FDIC hires attorneys, and the SEC, they have people come in and train these bank officers on the stuff that I teach in the Telegram group. You don't learn this in school. This is post-school, depending on your position and your status within the industry. That's the only ones who know this.
Nope. They're taking a class on it. They're training them like in-house.
Yeah.
Right. They bring them in to train them on this stuff. So vice presidents, they get trained on securitization because, right, you got to get trained on that stuff, how to do it, how to put a prospectus together, how to get the trust certificates, how to get the mortgage-backed securities, how to get them AAA ratings, how to secure insurance, because that's millions of dollars that's about to come through the door. So you got to know what you're doing so you can mitigate the risk exposure. Bro, all of this shit is illegal, bro. That's just no other way to put around it. It's illegal, but it's like a regulated illegal system.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. But the system wouldn't work without.
No, it wouldn't work without it. Oh no, you can't. You don't have a system. Banks ain't got no money to give you.
Exactly.
They ain't got shit to give you. They need deposits to create money. They ain't got nothing to give you. So you're absolutely right. Like it has to work like this because nobody will be able to get access to funding. Nope. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever get a mortgage for their home. So I get it. So I'm not calling it, like I'm not mad at it. I know it's needed. And I know that everybody can't know about this.
Yeah.
That's just another thing. You just can't. And that's why your professor was looking. Bro, if you was one of his colleagues, he would have sat down, they'd have had a little cigar, and they'd have ran through it all. Right.
Yeah. You got this, how you got this, man, like I was learning stuff till this. And
right.
No.
Right. So he's coming. So think about.
Hold on. Yeah, can y'all hear this? What's been going on? Ain't that a bitch?
We hear you. We can hear you.
Y'all hear the recording?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Thank God. Sheesh. Thank God.
Yo, you came to him and dropped that on his plate. It's like, what the? Hold on. Like he didn't want to, it's not like he didn't want to have the conversation. He just didn't want to have it with you.
Yeah.
You're not up there yet for him to talk. This is why I'm saying they're going to move you away from them. You see what I'm saying now?
These are the only people that know what's going on. These are the only people that know what's really going on. And the whole Westlake employees, not the people you call and talk to on the phone, none of them. You know, when you see people on TikTok calling the bank trying to explain their situation, these are the only people that know what's going on right here out of thousands of people that work for Westlake. You see what I'm saying now? These are the only people. 3 out of thousands of people. 3. You see what I'm saying now? Oh shit. You see what I'm saying now? Those 3 right there. Those are the only 3 that knows what's going on. And us. Nobody else in YouTube knows what we know. Like this on their level. Advanced accounting, nobody. I don't give a fuck if it's King V. I don't give a fuck if man. I don't give a fuck who they are. Tell them to bring it. I will show them what they really think they know. I'll show them what they actually know. They may think they know. I show them as they actually know. Remember, I got professionals I consult with. They don't have none of that.
Where you find them names on a 10K filing?
Huh?
You find them names on a 10K filing?
Nope. Just got to know where to research. It's like I typed that in, right? But it's like only people in that world will actually type that stuff in. You see what I'm saying? You're not gonna find these people just on the SEC 10K. It's only like one person who's the contact for all of them. It's like, but people in that world, they know how to find those people because they're in that world. That's how I know how to find them, because I'm in that world. Not in that world, but my mindset is in that world.
Right.
Which is why it wasn't because it was you as an individual, your status, your position. He's like, I can't have this conversation with you, but I can't say it's inaccurate because I know I'll be lying. Yeah. So he had a moral conflict and he had a duty, like he would look wrong. Exactly. And the party set on his conscience, like, I just told this man something wrong that I know is actually accurate. And I know someday he's going to run across it anyway. So I gotta tell him, yeah, but just enough so he won't be taking action on this document when he know, like me knowing it's wrong. Like if it was totally wrong, he would have told you. Nah. Yeah, because he can't steer you in the wrong direction. You know, he still has a duty. He has an ethics. He has a duty. Exactly. Right. As a professor, yeah. So he can't say, oh, it's wrong. Go ahead, do your thing though. Yeah, bro. But I appreciate you calling me, bro. But yeah, bro, it just keep that to yourself, bro. I forgot to tell you last time. I kind of should have advised that you, bro. This is some top secret shit, bro. Just don't show it to nobody, bro. Just keep it to yourself. Just keep it to yourself, because your professor is going to start looking at you a little different now.
I know. I'm like, all right, now I gotta just lay low.
Just lay low and just ask questions about the stuff he's talking about, because
whatever he's teaching.
Don't veer off and talk about none of this anymore. Just don't do it.
Not at all. I'm just gonna bring up crypto because that's what I talk about.
Yeah. Bring up the crypto. Bring up all that shit, because you're going to start to make him uncomfortable.
Yeah, I know. I already peeped it. He was already getting a little uncomfortable because I'm looking at him and I'm like, well, that's all you got to say. Like,
you know he's going to be getting uncomfortable. You're not on that level yet for me to be talking this to you. I'm trying to, in this mind, I'm still trying to figure out, as the professor, like, how does he know? How did he get this? This is out of this schools. We don't even teach this at this school. How does he have this? Because the professor knows this is not taught in school. This is taught on the job, depending on your position and your status. The professor knows that. He got 25, 30 years experience in the financial world. A lot of professors, don't get this shit from schooling. They go to school, had successful careers, and then they come back as professors.
He told the professor it was an assignment.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
the professor, like, assignment from who?
Exactly, professor. No, that's bullshit. Professor, no, this ain't no assignment. I'm telling you, the professor's gonna pull him up and like, yo, where did you really get that document from? Because they say he'd be going into his office to talk. The professor is really gonna eat at him. It's like, yo, where did you really get that from? I told bro, just tell him. You ain't have to. With me, I'm not scared of him. You should. I wish you would have gave him my number so he could call me, so I could pick his professor ass brain. Professor X. That's the only thing I regret. Like, I wish you just would have told them exactly how you met, exactly what it is, who I am, bam. Because he probably would have opened up more as long as you know that this document's not connected to no school. You see what I'm saying? It's like someone way off in the field somewhere. And I hate to say it, but that's why even when I write the IRS, even though as much shit I got on them, I don't really, even though that, listen, y'all, you know I said I had the ace in the hole? I have more on them.
You know they would put him out of that school.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I was like, bro. You could have just told it, like, put it all on me. Like, you ain't have to make it say an assignment. Nah, bro. Because you might get called to the deans or what assignment? What class? Like, just I tell them, that's what I told them. Just tell them it's me, bro. Don't put yourself under that gun.
They think he'll spy or something.
Right, just anything. Like, even with the IRS, like, I got way more on them. I got way more on them. I don't even talk about. Because it's not about trying to inform the people. It's a fine line when you get to that level, trying to inform the people versus being a national security issue. Because some people, no, I'm not even going to put nobody on it. What you have is this enough. Because most people actually try to send that shit to them. And like they won't put you away to silence you. Most people are like, oh, here's my right. I get this $15,000 debt written off now. Here, look. Like, this ain't no fucking game. Most people look at it, oh, just wait for me to get out of debt. Now, really, you don't see, it's bigger than your goddamn debt. It's bigger than your goddamn tax liability. The system's bigger than you. I got some shit right now in my files that I know if I made it public, it will be a national security issue. I got fucking recordings from these people, black and white, private transcripts from these people talking, admitting that the taxpayers don't owe nothing. It's all one big shabazz. I never send that shit to them. There's only so far I'm going to go to prove my point. Because the recorded, what he's supposed to be recorded. When he's supposed to be recorded. Got names and all that shit in there. I'm not doing that. Because they're going to track the source. Facts. I got way.
You know what this reminds me of?
Yeah.
It is like those oh, this dude, he saved the world from terrorism, but back home we can't put his name in the paper because right. It's like that type of situation.
Yeah. That's what I said with the ace in the hole November 29th. According to the more shit worse than that on them. That's why when I write, I don't really expose. I be letting them know. I let them like, yo, I know more than what y'all think I know. And they know I know. They know I know. I said, listen, I'm not trying to go there with y'all, but obviously, if I'm mentioning this unit, you must. I know. You know. That's why I be saying to them, like, listen, I'm not going to get into details because it's inappropriate. But just please take heed that if I'm talking about it, you should know. I know what's going on for real. Like, all the stuff up on the paper, that's cool, but it's more. It's way deeper than that. Yo, their revenue is dependent on this. They got so much shit dependent on these tax receivables. They will anybody out to keep that, man. Real. Don't push your limits. I'm telling you. Don't push your limits. You gotta know your limits now. Because once you become a national security risk, oh, phew, fair game. Once you become from a Once you stop being a taxpayer and a national security threat, now you done enter to another lane that you're not prepared for, nor do you have the manpower to fight.
Like,
Right.
you know, I was like, all right, I see. I appreciate the honesty.
Right. That's that. But bro, you got enough. Most people would have been like threw it back in your face, like I don't know what this is.
Exactly. I don't know what this. I don't know.
He got a good professor. You could tell him and that professor got a kind of like a good relationship, because most of them would have said that and threw it right back. I ain't talking about this with you. Nah. They probably wouldn't have told him it's wrong because the dude got some ethics. Like they know they ain't wrong, but they wouldn't have had a conversation with him.
Right.
I don't.
Right.
I said, yeah.
But he knew. So now when he's teaching the class and he sees you there, it's like that unspoken rule that both of y'all really know what's going on.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like I'm teaching the class, but he really knows what's going on, and I'm not teaching it.
That's gonna be uncomfortable for the professor, man. You act like he don't know that kid read all those pages. So it's like, I'm teaching, hold the secrets, but you present me a document that's exposing the secrets, but you're in my class. So every time I look at you, I'm like, damn. Like, that person knows I'm gatekeeping now. He knows he gatekeeping. The professor knows the professor knows, the student knows he's gatekeeping now. Y'all get it? He knows he's gatekeeping. That's uncomfortable. And this is why I told him the professor's going to reach back out to you. He's going to start this conversation again. Just wait for him to do it.
You see what I'm saying? So he's like, man, like I feel like a scam now. Like the cover's been blown. Now, bro, you blew the cover. You blew the cover. You blew the cover on accident. Like he knows you know now, bro. He know you read the whole goddamn document.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm over here acting like I'm not sure. He damn well know I know all. I read this whole shit.
You know you read that shit already.
No, I know he know. I look at him. You know I know.
You know you read this already. So you know you see, and all that information could pertain. Now it's like he's looking at you. It's like, oh fuck. So what you do? Get him back easy, because if you just talk about what he teaches over time, he's gonna think like you figured out it's 2 out of your league.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go back and play like you're back indoctrinated, because get him back cool, get him back cool, get him back cool. And as time goes by, you'll know if you want to revisit it again. You know what I'm saying? You may more do it in a structured setting, or Roche, he may pull you up.
Exactly. The professor is going to ask him about that document again. Oh, he's going to ask, where did you really get it from?
He want to know what he really knows.
That's him revisiting the conversation. He gonna be like, yo, where did you really? What did you get out of that photo? Where did you really?
And ask me.
Yep. It's I get where did you really get that from?
Yeah.
He may sit you down now that you already know. You know what I'm saying? Like you try to hide something from so long, but now that you know, all right, let me get a little pointers on how to do it.
Exactly.
Right. All right.
And that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I'm gonna start going to his office hours, but I'm not gonna talk anything about it. I'm gonna just talk about other stuff.
Yep. And let him bring it up. The professor's gonna bring it up again.
When you see them other teachers looking at you crazy, you know they've been talking about it.
Facts.
They're going to be giving you a side eye. Oh, that's the guy right there? They're going to be whispering about you in the corner.
And the main thing that they're going to want to figure out is, did you really get this from a class on this fucking what student? Where? Because this ain't the curriculum. We can't have this document floating around here like this. I'm telling you, that's going to be what they want to find out. That's why when he just comes through and say, nah, this person don't, they probably going to be a little bit more at ease. But now they have a problem on their hand because they're like, He knows too much and he's amongst us.
Yup. Yup.
You know what I'm saying?
Yup. Yup. Just see, because that.
Yo, there's a flip side of knowing too much. I don't want y'all to start thinking just because you know too much that, oh, it's gonna be all. No, there's a flip side of knowing too much. Let me just make that clear. There's a flip side of knowing too much. And they know that you know. There's a flip side to it.
It's a question that's still burning in him. He wants to ask you, yo, where did you get that from?
Yeah, I know he wondering.
Because there's no other schools out here that's just like, where did you get that? Right? Where did you really get that from? He's gonna want to know. And when he asks, bro, you have my, just be honest with him. You can tell him, yo,
Yeah, I'm
you got,
not
yeah, you don't mind. Yeah.
If he really, I mean, he being honest to me, I'm gonna keep it. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck with him. Because he might be like, he may feel more relieved, like, hold on, so this person's not a college person? He just studied this all on his own? Yeah.
You can get him.
Like, oh no, hell no.
You can get him to join the group, and he might spill some more secrets.
The bank.
Hope so.
So come on over and join the group.
That's why I wish he would have. That's why I wish he would have. Let me go ahead and download this.
You know what's crazy is that at some of those schools they will pay their students to not graduate. Like they want them to go directly straight to work. And then like they could even go as far as saying like, hey, if you don't take this offer, we'll expel you from the school because you're a danger to your classmates, and you can't go to school here no more.
That's a fact.
Like they could really manipulate some stuff.
Yeah, if they had a way to get him up out of there, I think he should take it.
So they be like, yo, do you have a lawyer? I said no. All this myself. They said, you put this together all yourself. They don't believe me, bro. They don't believe it. They don't believe. Are you sure? I'm relieved, like, hold on, so this person's not a college person? He just studied this all on his own? Yeah. He's like, he might not believe you. Like, oh no, hell no. Are you sure? Yeah. No, people, they be intrigued, bro. Like the banks, they be like, yo, do you have a lawyer? I said,
they always think I have a lawyer preparing those documents. They always ask me, what attorney are you working for? They all ask that. You have a lawyer? Did a lawyer prepare that for you? No, I prepared it myself. Remember, dude said, you prepared that yourself? You can hear it in his song. Like, motherfucker, stop lying. No, you didn't. You don't know that. That's how he sounded. Like, you prepared this yourself? I said, yeah. Same thing with the IRS examination agent. Bitch, I'm live. He said, who's working on your behalf? I said, me. It's just me. I put it together myself. He said, you typed all this up? I said, yeah. He said, remarkable. He said, I think you have a very interesting case. He said, I wish I could work on your case. I think you have a very interesting case. He read every document. When the IRS letter I wrote, it was like early 2023. He read all 7 pages. And I never forget what he said. He said, well, Mr. Thomas, you are very informed about our tax law. Another agent, she said, I read your 2021 document. It was very detailed. I mean, very detailed. I like every agent that go to phone, they be like, yo, that shit was like that. Until they went back and listened to the calls. Now you can't even access my documents unless you a certain department. They can't even see my account no more. Or they go back and read over the calls. They go back and be listened over. You can't even get into my account. They kind of keep transfer. I called them. I'm on. As soon as I go through the security, I explain this is about to happen. You're about to put me on hold, and then you're about to come back and say, "Oh shit, I can't get into your account." Then you're going to transfer me up, and then the next person is going to say the same thing, and they'll get transferred about 3-4 more times. Then I'm finally going to reach someone who's going to have a conversation with me. So we get. I just had to let you know because I know this is what you're about to do when you put me on hold and come back. Come right back. Well, we have times you were right. I guess I told you, man. I'm telling you. I don't even listen. I'm going to need to transfer a pin now because you're not going to be able to see my account. And they put me on hold again. They come back 2 minutes later. All right, someone says your transfer pin. I already know. I already know. Now I'm studying the IRS's command codes. I'm studying their command codes, what they actually put on the computer. CC, CCAA, DD. I know what they mean, but how they're inputted. Because I'm trying to get a visual map of what their screen looks like. Because I got an idea based on the command codes, and they give you instructions when this screen pulls up, put this. So I'm putting a visual map together so I got a copy of an IRS screen. So I'm going to put my own screen together, and then based on what I'm studying, I'm going to put the series of, like, when you put this command, this is supposed to pop up. So when I know what's supposed to pop up, I'm gonna find one of their little figures, their little printouts of what is supposed to pop up, and I'm gonna paste it there. So I'm actually creating my own IRS computer system from here. So I know from which stage when they put this in, what's supposed to pop up, what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to input it. So I'm trying to get it down pat where I actually know the command codes they're supposed to put in for a refund. And that's going to be one hell of a challenge.
You know, all this myself. They say, you put this together all yourself. They don't believe me, bro. They don't believe me. They always think I got a lawyer behind the scene that defected and went on the other side. They never believe I did the shit myself. They never, no way. Fuck no. Hell no. You know. Bro. You can't do this shit. You got a lawyer. You got one of those lawyers that got mad at the system. Now he want to help, but no. They always think I have a lawyer, bro. So continue to do what you're doing. You know, just let him know you could be trusted. Yeah. And that's it, because you don't know who he knows, bro. College is about connections too, bro. And you can use the fact that you know that higher end shit and use it to your benefit. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? He may give you some little shit on the side. Yeah. Yo, take this home. Here's a scan disc. I'm not going to put nothing paper in your hand. Here's a scan disc. Or it may be like, hey, open that file right there. You see that? Yeah, that's a scan disc. Take that. Study it, read it. You never know. I'm just saying, bro, shit like this happens all the time. Just let him know you can be trusted. Don't talk about this with nobody else. When you talk to him, he needs your trust. Because if you could gain his trust, he may indulge. I'm waiting on now for this new Treasury directive that's about to come out about securitization transactions. I'm waiting on now their internal policy and what they're ruling on how to treat it. I think when they issue the Treasury directive, it's going to cut the securitization process and refunds down from like 3, 4, 5 months down to 90 days. So that is a good thing, but I'm waiting on it. It hasn't been released now. I'm trying to get it now before it hits the press. But once my inside man get back with me, I'll have that press release before it goes public. In the document further with you. Yeah. That's what we want. I want his professional inside opinion. He gave you a little bit, but I want more from them. Yeah. Trust me, because the benefit. And you know, the crazy thing is, y'all know who my inside man is. If you've been paying attention for all the time, y'all know it's not Troy, it's not the lawyer, it's not. Y'all know who my inside man is. Y'all know who he is. If it's me, it benefits you. I just need some time. I need that insight. Because it's not about just it being right. It's like, okay, in the future, how will we present it? Like, Who would you present it to? Like, who would you email? Is there a specific way? Like, how would we go about it? How do we remain out of court with this?
Basically, what I want to know is what goes on in those executive offices when they get something like this. Like, what's the conversation? That's what I want to know. Is it immediate? All right, we got to find a way to fight it, which we can always see that's part of what they're doing. Or we're going to, what gets them to say, don't fight, let's process? From the inside, not based on how strong our resentment is. It's on the inside. What's their internal custom? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Basically, with this system, I'm trying to learn as much as I'm sitting right there with them or sitting behind the IRS screen.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And he knows. Your professor knows. He fucking knows, bro. And that's the shit I'm trying to get. Because I want to go to court with this all the time, bro. Come on, man.
No, yeah,
It's come on. It's too much of it. Come on, you're exposing too much, but I'm gonna let you go now, man. That's some good shit, bro. Gain his trust, continue to do your thing, and continue to learn the shit that you're learning. Don't neglect it. Continue to tighten up on it. Right. And then, tighten up on this. You merge the two worlds together, bro. You're accelerating your career fast. You be making 5-6 figures. You be making high six figures by the time your second or third year, and everybody else gonna be wondering why. You're just gonna be like,
I wish I had his mentality at 22. I wish. At 22, man, I was young and thugging. 22, shit, I wasn't worrying about none of this stuff.
I ain't telling you. Don't tell nobody, bro. Nobody.
Yeah, I know I can't.
No, don't.
Especially when I get to Deloitte. I know I can't be doing that.
No, don't do it just yet because they may get rid of you because you're a risk. Let them earn you. Work your way into it.
And it's just like the digital asset stuff, right? Like I kind of explained to you how to invest in like share cryptos and stuff.
Yep.
My last internship, I told them about some of the cryptocurrencies I've been buying and like the investment rationale behind why I'm buying them, tokenization and all that stuff that's going on in the world. And I mean, one of the interns put in like 5,000, and he's like, bro, I'm up like 5x. Telling all the other.
You see why you say it? Keep that shit to yourself. See how people get so happy that, oh, that made 10,000. I sit behind the screen, made 20,000. You won't even know.
Interns, and I'm like,
yeah.
This is the exact type of stuff where it's like, if I tell somebody something like this, and they, you know what I'm saying?
Because you're in a competitive market. That's why you don't be, motherfuckers be trying to sabotage. You're in a competitive market. This is a shark world. Everything dealing with the finances just is synonymous to the word shark. Everything dealing with a finance, securitization is synonymous to the word shark. And the weak, the ones who can't read between the lines, see what's not there, the hidden contract, and ignorance, that's at the top of the list. They will exploit all of our deficiencies. This is why I do what I do, the way I do it, to tighten you up all around, to minimize any and all deficiencies, to the point where they don't even have a comeback.
Yeah, I gotta, if I'm gonna talk to someone about someone, I gotta be someone that I know it's like, look.
You see what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Cause then the way Deloitte looks at it is like, oh, this kid knows about this stuff. And if it's not even, maybe it's not even accounting stuff. It's like, yo, you helping other people get financial freedom, get money.
Right. And yes, your telephone, your T-Mobile, whatever, Samsung, whatever your monthly phone bill is, yes, that's recoupable as well. It's the same thing, same player, same game, different player.
Hey, and that's taken away from their profits.
Yeah, right. They need them to be here working for us. So I'm starting to like turn out and really see like I gotta, even though I want to help people all the time just cause, right? Like, yeah, like it is what it is, but you can't just be doing that.
No, bro. If you're gonna help someone, you help someone that has nothing to do with that system.
Yeah.
Help like your cousin, someone that has, you see what I'm saying? Help someone that's way on the other side. You can't help from within the system, bro. You're gonna be ostracized.
Yeah.
And then
You help those who you feel deserves to be helped. Who you feel deserves to be helped. Just because you have the knowledge doesn't mean everyone's entitled to it. And that should don't mean you should just give it to them for free. If you're good at what you do, you should be paid for it. I don't give a damn what it is. I would never come to someone, they got something that I need and I want, be like, yo, let me get him. Thomas Legg, you've been in my group. Nah, what's your ticket? Give a fuck how cool we are. It's business. You got something I want, I'm gonna fucking buy it from you. Even if you like, nah, it's on the house. All right, well, here, take this, donate this though. Here, I'm at least give you this for it. No, always palms down is better than palms up. Just because it's free don't mean you always gotta take it. My dad had this saying, anything free for you ain't good for you. And of course that should be taken in with context. But I understand his sentiment why he's always used to say it growing up. But daddy's always saying that shit. Nah, anything free for this man was getting like fucking 3,000-4,000 a week when that stimulus shit first hit, man. That nigga was giving that shit away. He's like, this the devil's money. Free money. He was just giving this shit away. I asked dad, yo, dad, let me get $40 on my books. This nigga sent me like $300. I said, nigga, is you all right? You good? Yeah. My dad hates, he can't stand nothing free. He can't stand the monetary. He can't stand none of that shit. He's thinking all that shit's cursed. He just wants the bare minimum to get by. I'm like, damn, man, you can't let, whatever. I get it. I don't know. It couldn't be me.
And then when you start doing that, bro, any little dirt that you do, they're gonna pull it up. Boy, that world get vicious now. That world, yeah, that's not the image we want. We're gonna have to terminate you. And you're gonna be like, what the fuck? There's no fights, no nothing. Yeah, bro. Yes, man, y'all have people following you, bro. Bro, I'm telling you that you were in the financial world. Deloitte, bro, they ain't no little, they're one of the giants in this shit, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Nah, hell nah, bro. You gotta play your cards very cool, calm, collective, and I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. You're a black man too.
That too, I know.
You see what I'm saying? I mean, as sad as it is with you're a black man too. So this is not really black people knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just what it is. It's not.
No.
Because they just think they're smarter than us. I'm just saying, bro. They just think they're smarter than us. I don't know why.
That's just the system. That's just the system. That's the system. I mean, the system ain't got no, that's just the system. Not gender specific. That's just the system. System always thinks they're smarter than us.
I got a friend, one of my best friends from childhood. And his dad's a lawyer. When I brought up some of the stuff that I was talking about with like the promissory notes, because I was doing a lot of just research on like why you're able to send that stuff into the IRS and all that. And I said I just want to ask some basic level questions. Like I asked him the questions about what's the District of Columbia, the jurisdiction to all of the states when it states that it's within the 10-mile radius of the District of Columbia. Like how can I have jurisdiction to all the states? Oh, that's he quickly went to like that's the sovereign citizen stuff.
See?
And I'm like, wait, but hold on. All right, now let's go back to I think it was like 103.6 where it was talking about like I already forgot the UCC where it was talking about no statute should be construed to overrule common law.
Right.
Don't want to talk about that. Then I brought up, I said, well, all right, let's talk about Federal Reserve notes. Can we agree that Federal Reserve notes are promissory notes, which is essentially the government promising to pay you that dollar?
Yep.
No, that's not separate things. Bro, I went as far as to go on the Federal Reserve website, found the Federal Reserve like analyst or someone on the Federal Reserve stating that the US dollar is essentially a promise to pay from the United States of America.
Yep.
That to my best friend. I said, send that to your dad. Nothing. I don't hear nothing.
I told you, bro. Like they have they gotta protect the bro. It gets vicious, bro. It gets vicious. And I'm telling you, so bro, I'm telling you, they're never gonna, you could be looking at the shit black and white. I mean, irrefutable evidence, broski. And they will still look in your face and tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah.
They will still look in your face and be like, nah, I don't mean that. You'll be looking clearly what it says in the Constitution. You're not stupid. Like, you can read it and they will still sit and say, no, you're wrong. So just be prepared for a lot of that. But as long as you know, and knowing it is one thing, but moving effectively with it is another. Because one thing about it, when you assert your position and you're putting it as a matter of fact, this is what it is. It's like if you know what's there to talk about.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Like if you know, why you gotta ask me if this is true?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you know, you know. Just move accordingly. So it's like that. But maybe you'll run across somebody that will, you know, open a little bit up. And that's how I've been so lucky. I've run across, you know, I got friends that have SEC attorneys on the other side. So you can imagine the shit they know.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And he's willing to
stuff you learning, to be honest. That's probably what they gotta know before they get in there.
Right. The stuff that we're uncovering, this is shit they already gotta know.
Yeah.
They gotta know this shit already. Nah, bro, they gotta know this shit already. So continue to study, continue to do your research on the side, continue, you know, to do your curricular, but just always look at everything like it's on a chessboard. Every move that you make, you always got to have the intended outcome in hand. You feel me? Like, finance is about calculation, bro. Like, we just pick your poison. Don't ever ask a question you don't already know the answer to. Don't ever, like in the financing, when you're in those board meetings, you know, conduct yourself quietly. And the one thing I do got to tell you, we get passionate about shit normally as Black people, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not telling you not to be you. Be you. But you know what I get? Sometimes you're going to have to tone things down a little bit because Black passion is looked at as a threat.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to play the game, bro. And you might have to eat a little shit and have to like how it tastes. And I have the trace batch number where you can trace, locate the payment tracer. And these credits are sitting in that file. So my call is a request to say, can you move the credits back from the unidentified remittance file and reapply it to my individual master file? And then those balances will be wiped out with the credit and be applied to the.
Is that the same video?
The reason why I make this request, because if I don't make this request and a certain amount of time goes by, you all get to keep it as revenue receipts for the government. That means you'll be able to spend it at your leisure, but it'll still be trying to collect the payment from me. So I traced it all the way to the redesigned revenue accounting and control system unit. That's where the payments are at.
She don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. She don't know. Yeah, do I really think 0.02% of the IRS knows about that? Y'all think just because it's in the manual that everyone knows? Come on, man.
So I'm just asking, can we move the credits from there and move it back to the IMF? Because they're there.
Okay, first let me open the account to verify all the information and I'll be back with you, okay? I'm working on it. Thank you.
All right.
He's assigned to a revenue officer.
I mean, every opportunity makes at the park.
This is once.
I don't know which one it.
It's up to make these transactions.
That's pretty much because I need the credits that are in that unit and that file moved back to the IMF so these tax liabilities can be settled.
I don't know what RRAC, I know ACS is, but I don't know what RRACS is.
That's
payments here.
over a month. Payments. So I reached back out. Electronically processed. $7,087. Electronically processed.
$7,750,087.
Yes, 757.87. And
11 to 2022.
So they say.
Well, saying the check wasn't any good.
Yeah. So they say. But come to find out that RRACS unit, the redesigned revenue accounting and control system unit, that's where the credit was moved.
Oh.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, you hear? Oh. So she said, oh.
Where it's moved to.
Redesign. What are you saying? Redesign.
Revenue, accounting.
Revenue.
I gotta walk her through it. She don't even know. I'm schooling her over the phone. She don't even know what. None of them ever heard of that. Because it goes accounts management to customer care account service, customer account service, CFHQ, and that's where the determinations are made. That shit will go bam, 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 bam.
Control systems.
In 2023, I think it says September. Okay, so let me do this. Let me go and put the payment here. You can proceed. The payment was made in 2023. I think it says September.
Yeah, September.
Yeah, September. Okay, so let's do this.
Watch. Pay close attention.
1/23. 9.
And this is why I hate when they not. She ain't in the office. Sound like she's in the corner of her kitchen somewhere. She ain't at home. I mean, she ain't at the office. She at home. I started to ask her, "Ma'am, are you at home?"
2023. There's the payment, there's the first. I'm not showing where
And here's another thing. If it's no longer in the dishonored check file, it gets moved to the unidentified remittance file. And then from there, it'll get moved to the excess collection. So this is why they'll move it around. After a certain time period, they'll move it around, and it's up to you to trace it.
I have a 20-digit trace back number, and that number was put on the standard form 5515 form. The 5515 form was used to debit the treasury, the credit. And then form 2424 was used to debit my individual master file account, the tax account. And then within 21 days, it was balanced over to the dishonored check file unit. Now, 367 days have passed because that's the most it can stay in that account, and then they move it over to the unidentified remittance file. So if I don't get it reapplied to the
She said, right.
Unit. Now, 367 days have passed because that's the most it can stay in that account, and then they move it over to the unidentified remittance file. So if I don't get it reapplied,
Did you hear that? Right. Yo. Might as well be working for these motherfuckers. Calls them talking like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Calls them talking like that.
To the account, it becomes a revenue receipt for the government to use. So I don't want it just to go waste.
We can bring it down. Absolutely not. I don't want to go to a ratio. Right. So, okay, let me.
Watch this.
So I don't want it just to go waste.
We can bring it back. You heard that? We can bring it back. What's there to bring back if it was really dishonor? Come on, man. Pay attention. Pay attention. What's there to bring back? What's there to bring back? If it's nothing to transfer in the beginning.
Okay, let me. I haven't heard of that department. I'm not seeing where it was there. Let me look it up.
IRM 5.6.
Control system. You write the first two, 182. Okay. Collateral inventory is controlled. The inventory is maintained. The additional information goes here.
I'm sorry, man. It's 31750. That's the actual name. Procedures. 3 IRM 3.7. That's where it's at. I apologize. Yeah.
You hear that? What did he say? Because I'm watching you like a hawk. You're pretty familiar with our title. Oh yeah, I'm watching y'all like a hawk. Those need to go ahead and those needs to go ahead and just hire me, man. I guarantee you they're all looking in the wrong places. I guarantee you they're looking in the places where they want them to look. They don't want to see that racks unit. Oh, you better not bring that up.
RRSUS security and related information.
See, I don't know what.
That was put on the debit voucher. That was put on the debit voucher.
See, I don't know which.
So what are you looking at? So
Electronic federal transfer. I don't want to get in trouble for this notice for me using IRS jargon. So anyway, what is that 20-digit number?
The 20-digit number is 0.
Why would she ask for it if it wasn't significant? I told you that shit meant something. Come on, man. Why would you ask for it?
You're rocking with the best.
Why would you ask for a 20? Remember I told you that trace back? I told you. I fucking told you. I told you. It means something. I knew it meant something. Look, see, her she said, hold on. She said, I want to get in trouble by getting too deep in this with you. Watch this. Right. She ain't want to go down that path. I hope she kept talking about it. I said, uh-huh. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what she's talking about. I was going to let her talk. Because if she would have kept saying, I would have added, oh, by the way, let me get this document locator number. I want to get in trouble, you know, it's talking about the IRS jargon. I tell you that shit, Fort Knox. Now, this can't be taught right here. What to say? Like, I can give you the information that, you know, what you're trying to, but how you communicate it, that's all on you. I cannot teach you how to talk over the phone. I can only teach you the information so you know what you're talking about. I cannot teach you how to talk. I just can't.
That 20-digit number.
The 20-digit number is 0.
Hold on, I'm not about to have that number out loud, so I'll unmute it when I'm finished giving it to her.
She probably thought you were an internal employee.
They definitely, yeah, probably. I don't think it's that far, but yeah, you never know.
She was like, "Oh snap! I can't go that far with you."
0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 5.
Okay, so that first one's the date the payment was made, and then let's see people up here. So I had let's see. All right, let's just I have my payment research one. I've done this in so long.
She said she hasn't done it in so long.
They've changed it, so let's see what.
She said they changed it. They're always changing it. Get on.
GOT.
See, I don't know which.
Yeah, I just
she's talking to herself.
It shows U.S. Trends DG OTC net 9/11/2023. Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. A whole bunch of printed numbers on there. A routing number. That was smooth.
Yeah, I probably should have been to say don't divulge to his higher to this. I'm curious.
I couldn't really hear what she was saying. She was like she was talking to me, but really probably talking to herself.
67 days. So.
Years. As long as, with your balance sheet being what it is, they should have no problem moving a payment back, no matter what the date is.
Bam! You heard that? So you got to catch the in between what she's saying.
I mean, with your balance sheet being what it is,
Hold on. This was months ago, by the way. Hold on. She said she done moved payments back after years. She done moved it back after years. I told you it never leaves. Accounting.
I mean, with your balance sheet being what it is, they should have no problem moving a payment back, no matter what the date is. In years, if the payment was received to where it could be refunded back out. These taxpayers that will go in that I don't think you need to worry about how long it's been. So you just need to figure out. I'm just like confused as to where I'm in that. I don't want to do that. Cancel that. I want to see what they said.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Because I don't know. It was a lot of. Oh, there we go. Told you. That's when I let her win, right? That's when I let her win. Right on out. Guess where my money is at? Guess where my money is at today, right now? 7,757,800. Blah, blah, blah. Guess where the money's at? Found it. Man, I hate to toot my own horn, but
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Study, research, staying at it, going through the smoke screen, all that. Going through all that. Study, research, and put together my brain. I'm not behind that fucking computer screen. Crystallize it, internalize it, meditate on it, stay on it. Guess where it's at? Say less.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
The rest is personal. I don't want to get her in trouble or me more in trouble. Leave it right there. Forgot I had it. I said, let me. I got more. I got plenty of recordings. I don't. No point. I got it. Not every 5 seconds. Dang, I ain't got nothing to say. Everybody quiet.
Hey, you're sitting there saying, yep, Man, she was just giving it up.
It's in Ogden.
That would make sense.
You know what's even crazier? You know what's even crazier? I already knew it. Want to know why that makes?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit.
Remember when that makes sense? Remember I told you I used my federal lawyer in the government's courtroom tactics? What's the number one rule in litigation? Cross-examination. And when you apply that to everywhere else, it's the number one rule. See?
Ask the questions you already know.
You never ask a question that you don't know the answer to already. I already knew where it was at. See how dumb I played? See how dumb I played? See how I sounded like, I'm just trying. I knew it was in Ogden. My research said it's in Ogden. All I just needed to hear her say,
Yeah, it's in Ogden.
I do this shit in real life, man.
Hey, that's crazy. I can't even imagine what your ace in the hole is. That's wild.
Man, I don't think I'll even be using that in my case. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't dare. That's gonna cause more problems than I think it's gonna help me. See, with me, there's no pipe dreams. There's no hope and prayer. I know they like shit. Nowhere is it at. Identified. It's still sitting there, waiting to be reapplied. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. Because Monday morning, when I responded to that letter they just sent me, they have a torpedo and a Scud missile coming their way. They got a torpedo and a Scud missile. And everything that I'm sending them is already verified in their system.
You're rocking with the best.
I got about 4 more. I got all confirmations on the phone that what I'm talking about is already there in their system. That's one of. I got 3 more. Remember the dude I was like, he tried to come back 3 different times and spin me. I was like, I got that recorded. I told you I'd be having these recordings. I don't know. I hope y'all don't be thinking I'm lying. I told you I just don't have to show it every day.
Nah.
I just don't have to show it. It's like, I'm really not trying to prove a point. It's more like teaching lessons now. It's not to prove a point. Why do I like when you're trying to prove a point? That means like what you're doing is probably not, I don't know, believable. Now you see why I care. Like people be like kind of dry begging people to join their classes, join their groups. I don't give a fuck if you don't come. That's you. I don't care. Everybody, them people all over there.
Right.
Like really, do you think I'm going to be hurting if you don't come? I'm just saying in general. Like you really think I'm going to be hurt? Like my feelings going to be hurt? I will teach a fucking class just by myself. I don't care because I actually practice what I teach in real life. That's the problem. You can tell when people don't really utilize what they sell it in their classes because they always trying to get people to come every class. If you could have, how do you have time to even put your shit together, get a remedy when you having classes every fucking other week, every other week is something new? What foundation are you establishing? Remember, our position never changes. The only thing that changes is the players to the game. But my position has been the same since day one, never came up off it. But my position's always been the same. So with that being said, y'all should take advantage of the class starting this weekend regarding your deposits that you make with the bank. Can you really get a refund from it? I say you can. Come to the class, find out how. Find out the underlying.
Hey, you're crazy, bro.
Myself
How you
anyway.
gonna play that and be like, how you gonna play that recording and be like, I don't know, can it happen? Can it not?
Is it possible?
Oh man, hey, you're funny.
Do you really owe them tax bills? I don't know. It all depends on who you are.
Yeah, it's like
Nah,
those commercials.
fact.
It's like
Nah, for
the
real.
Dragon Ball Z. It's like Dragon Ball Z into next
Nah,
time. Dragon
yeah.
Ball Z.
But when you think about it, whether you really owe on a tax bill depends on what you know. Don't it?
Right. That
It
is,
depends on what you know.
man.
That's the truth. Whether you're going to pay, whether you really owe or going to pay or not, they're going to press you. It all depends on what you know.
Yep.
The IRS don't treat everybody the same. They don't treat everybody the same.
They bait everybody to see how they're
Yeah, they'll
gonna
hate everybody. They
react.
don't treat everybody the same. Bro, they don't treat me like how they treat all these people that are they complaining. They don't do that. They don't try that shit with me. They don't even
They're like,
try
let me
it.
send him this bill. Let me see if he'll pay it. Oh shit, he paid it.
Right. Oh shit, he paid it.
You know, I was
Guess what?
talking
Right.
to my wife yesterday. I said Wesley Snipes should have called Lamont.
Man, Wesley Snipes, yeah, he should have. He would have got hit over the head too. Your rich ass. Well, I guess that's
Yeah, and it come out of jail though.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like you like what it boils down to is that's just the reality. Whether you pay depends on what you know.
I mean, hindsight 2020, right? What the crazy thing about that is he could still have a claim against that.
Yes.
Technically, right? Technically,
Technically,
he still
yes.
has a claim. Man,
Technically,
I'm telling you.
no. I mean, yeah. He got a claim. I mean, yeah, technically, yeah.
I'm saying. So imagine all these people, they pay millions of dollars for these attorneys just to get them that little bit out. Just come on, man, just settle. But knowing the whole time he has a
Ain't that some crazy shit? The whole time you got to
that's
claim.
vicious, bro. That's vicious. That's terrible.
Like at the end of the day, you make them go back and change it, so you don't owe nothing. Zero, zero, zero. 0.00. 1040, 1040, 1040, 1040, 1040. Always supposed to end up like this. Pew, pew, pew. 0.000. Bro, I could just keep going on and on with this shit, bro. That's what I'm trying to
It's
figure
like
out.
it's like you told the college student, it's like you can only help so many people, or only so many people, they know what they know, and they're not about to put themselves at risk trying to help you. You know what I mean? So I mean that's the truth. You're messing with finances, and you know you got to know how to
That's
protect yourself.
you definitely gotta know how to protect yourself. 2024, same thing. 0.000. Hold on. This is more important. These motherfuckers thought they was gonna send income to the IRS
Like the IRS is really about to file that shit. And I just got it, like, updated one, whatever. Nothing. Still says this. Still says this. Like, oh, it's nothing. And they got 1099s reported to the IRS. I mean, they reported 1099s to the IRS. But one of them looked fishy. One of them looked like manufactured. I'll be honest with you.
Did they send it to you in an email?
No. On the information return. But one looks very flaky.
Lamar, you know this? Do you know this is on YouTube?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm fighting with this phone and it's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah. By broadcasting from
Oh my god.
Shit. We got you though. Nah, yeah. I went over this every day in class. But I'm just doing to show that income reported, nothing. Your 1040s should be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
He said, you know, this is on YouTube.
April 21st, April 21st for this tax year, April 21st, 2025, 0 account balance, 0 accrual penalty, 0 accrual interest, 0 account balance, 0 single, 0 income reported, 0, 0, 0 tax return filed, April. The date say April 14th, 2025. Yeah, 0. Let me see. Oh, somebody coming up.
Hey, so you like that TikTok I sent you of that dude in the private equity?
That was very nice. Yep. Hey, y'all, what's the minimum income? Because someone asked me this question, and I didn't know. I said I'd get back to them. What's the minimum income until there's a tax, until there's like a tax liability?
I think it's over 600.
$600.
I mean, not that for tax liabilities.
What is like 28,000?
Yeah, because he sent me an email, asked me the number, and I was like, I don't really know the minimum amount, but let me look.
I think it would have to be more than the exclusion.
But don't you get okay, 14,600 or more, you have to file a tax return. Household, head of household,
Right, because I think
21,900, and then married, filing jointly is 29,200.
It's double that.
Oh, I guess double, yeah. So if you're filing status as single, file a tax return if your gross income is 16,550 or more. Head of household, 23,000.
That's what I think.
Married filing jointly, 30,750. Both spouses 65 or older, 32,300. Married filing separately, $5 or more. Qualifying survivor spouse, 30,750.
Your 1040s should be 0, 0, 0, 0.
So that's it, yeah. So that's the minimum. 66,000 was reported to the IRS. It's nothing. Shit, what the fuck you would? And then I really baited man.
So it has.
I baited man. So what you gonna do if I don't file? So what you gonna do if I don't file? You gonna file a substitute for return, or you really want to go down that road? Do you? Huh? You want to do the SFR? I'm telling you, once you stand your ground, y'all, they're just gonna leave you alone after that. I swear, they're just gonna leave you alone. They're gonna leave you alone. They're not gonna have, like, why continue to go down the same road with you every year, knowing your position is not gonna change? You feel what I'm saying? Now, as far as reporting the income, I think you probably have to file a tax return or let them know there's no reporting requirement, or, hey, this ain't income under your tax laws. But remember, y'all, I don't want y'all to forget. I sent them a copy of that 66,000 income, the 1099 that they sent me. I sent them a copy of it. It still put all zeros on my 1040. And I sent them a letter explaining that this is not taxable income. Just like they said, send a letter explaining why the income is not taxable. Okay. It's going to follow the rules. All right, y'all. I got to go now. Too long. Bank class, bank deposit. Let's go. I'm Dr. Umar. Get the cash app, y'all. Get the cash app. Get the donations and get the cash apps. Come on. Get in this class. Get the cash.
Let the lesson 20s.
Yeah, get the cash app. Get it. Nah.
Hey, LT, did you see my message in the chat just now?
No.
It's on the one on StreamYard.
Yes, on StreamYard.
Donations. Come on, sister. More than $20. More than $20.
Hey, listen, I don't think he's gonna like the questions I asked. He said, "Yeah, Derek."
What do you think about that guy?
I don't even know the guy. I don't know, but yeah, I gotta go.
Oh, you never?
I'll catch you all later.
Yes, sir.